Alright, so we're going to be checking out Surviving Mars Relaunched. Now, I'm considering this a first playthrough for myself, first time player. Technically, I did play Surviving Mars, the original, when it came out. I think it was like early access or when it launched, I don't remember. But it was just like one stream for a couple of hours, and I don't remember anything about it. You know, beyond thematically what it is. But for those who aren't familiar with Surviving Mars, the idea is you are sponsored by some company, agency, whatever, and you have a landing on Mars, and you're building a city on Mars, and if I remember correctly, there is competitors that you're dealing with, that you hit certain milestones, you get certain things, and if your competitors beat you, that there is a win-lose condition around that. I don't know specifically how any of that works, and I do ask that people don't spoil me, because, like I said, I don't remember anything about this game, and I do like to play games without that knowledge ahead of time, because a big fun for me with games is learning the things. You know, making mistakes, failing, learning to overcome those failures and all that. So for those unfamiliar, it is a city building game on Mars that instead of where you just put down like a, you know, paradise city or whatever, it is realistic where you've got like your domes and you've got to move stuff and you got drones going around. Yeah, figuring things out is like the whole point of games to me too. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like it's a huge aspect. So you've got all that going on, but part of the goal is to actually terraform Mars. And part of the goal is to just, you know, do the various missions and all that. Now, as I mentioned, I have not played forever, so we are going to end up doing the tutorials first. But I'm going to start with the options, because anytime I play a game for the first time, I do like to pop into the options real fast and just check for any accessibility settings. Just so you know, acknowledge where they've been. The absence of accessibility settings isn't inherently a bad thing. You can design a game where they're not necessary, but, you know, it is worth pointing them out. So we do have UI scale. I did turn that up. That's an accessibility setting, so that's really cool. For video, we got a bunch of stuff here. I fully expect this to not run right, and I have to get rid of it because upscaling is hot garbage 99% of the time. Being able to turn off vignetting can be a motion sickness thing, so that's a pretty solid one to have. We have audio, adjusting audio, that's fine. Oh wait, what was that? Yeah, mute when minimized, I don't care about that. Controls, you can change your controls however you like, so you can move the camera and all that. You have the scroll outside window, which is a nice one. That could be a motion sickness one as well. Gameplay, you can turn off camera shake, so I appreciate that. Camera shake is one of those things that I appreciate being able to turn it off. None of the other things really mean a whole lot to me right now. We got our keybinds, so you can change your keybinds. It does not look like it recognizes I'm using Dvorak. That is okay. And then we got credits. So we got some accessibility stuff in there. We'll see how good, bad, or otherwise, but like some of the big ones like vignetting and motion, or camera shake and all that being able to turn off, that's good. I wouldn't expect motion blur in the game. Let's start our tutorials. Hopefully we can get through these really fast. So the basics. The tutorial on how to learn to navigate Mars and how to land a rocket, manage drones, and construct buildings on Mars. We're going to try and go through the tutorials as fast as we can to get to like an actual playthrough. But as well as things, I do like to do this stuff on stream. I know I could do the tutorial beforehand. Okay, IMM Training Simulation. Welcome to Mars. This training exercise you will learn to gather basic resources from the Martian surface, how to construct a small base out, and how to refuel the rocket in order to send it back to Earth. Let's get started. Effect. Achievements are disabled during all tutorials.
Hints, such as this one, will appear throughout the training process, giving useful information on how to advance in your current tasks.
Okay. Oh.
You need to master the camera controls and familiarize yourself with the terrain around the prospective colony site.
Zoom towards the landing site. Okay, so it doesn't...
Now it's time to land your first rocket.
Okay, now it's time to land your first rocket. Proceed by selecting the pinned icon, the rocket currently in orbit around Mars. Land the rocket on Mars.
With the rocket selected, designate a landing site on the indicated location.
Okay. Yes, just working through this really quickly.
A rocket has arrived.
And we have touchdown. The rocket has landed on Mars.
It's landed on Mars. It carries drones, remotely controlled robots, which constitute your construction and resource gathering workforce. Gathering basic resources for building and construction is one of the first things our Martian base needs. Placing material depots so the drones will automatically bring metals from scattered surface deposits nearby. Gather 5 metals. Okay, so build menu, storages, depot, metals depot. You are way smaller than I thought. So space, pause, unpause. We can increase and decrease the game speed. Okay. Buildable area. Oh. Okay, so we now have the depot.
Our rocket carries valuable resources that will be essential for the construction and maintenance of the colony. Initially, it's best to designate a universal depot, so the drones have a place to store them.
Okay. I played very, very briefly before Relaunched. Like, long time ago
Along
when
with
it
metals,
first dropped.
concrete is the other vital basic construction resource.
Okay, so I played very, very briefly before Relaunched launched. So, like, I never got to the DLC. Like, those didn't exist, so I played. And I enjoyed what I played, but it's just one of those things that a bunch of games all dropped at the same time. So I played like, I'm having a good time, but let me circle back to this. And then that just didn't happen. So this is me circling back to it to check it out, since, you know, for 20 bucks I was effectively able to get, you know, the Relaunched and all the DLC that, you know, was part of the original, versus the DLC would have cost me more. You know, plus this has more mechanics and everything. The concrete extractor building must be placed within proximity of a concrete deposit. Goal. From the build menu, so apparently Mars just has concrete on it. Just as concrete.
Well done. Now observe how the drones will carry all the resources to the site, and then construct the concrete extractor.
Okay. It kind of felt like it wasn't really complete. They've been looking for Relaunched, feeling like, why are they asking for me for more money? Yeah, no, I mentioned it at the beginning of the stream. There's a lot of people who are just like, hey, you know, how could they be so greedy? My expectation of what's probably happened behind the scene is most likely, because what ended up happening is that the original developers, it got passed on to another group of developers, and then it went back to the original developers for Relaunched. My expectation was there was some agreement with that second group of developers that they couldn't kind of take back it and continue to sell that without having a big overhead, whether it was royalties or something like that. And so there's probably some legal agreement that we are not privy to and most likely is confidential. That is why they likely did the flip. Now, granted, they could have sat there and be like, hey, if you owned the previous game, we'll just give you a key or stuff like that. There's certainly more they could have done to that respect. I'm not saying that. But that's likely a big part of it. So it is the thing that if you have the base game and all the DLC, or sorry, if you had the base game and all the DLC, Relaunched can be a bit of a hard pitch. If you have the base game but none of the DLC, you get all the DLC and it costs less than the DLC for the original. So that's just, you know, it's weird that you're buying the base game, but you're kind of getting the DLC on discount. And if you're buying it originally with none of it, there's no argument there. You're buying the game. But if you bought the game and got all the DLC, then yeah, that very feels bad, man.
A building has stopped.
Like most buildings, the concrete extractor needs power in order to operate. Having a reliable electrical grid and supply is essential for the success of the colony.
It's weird that they read the first sentence and none of the rest. Stirling generators are excellent power sources, but they are too complex to build on Mars during the early stages of colonization effort. That's why we ship them from Earth partially assembled in prefabs. Prefabs do not require any resources, only drones to unpack them and assemble them. We've provided you with a Stirling generator prefab. Construct the Stirling generator and connect it to the concrete extractor with a power cable and place the Stirling generator accident or place it next to it. Okay. Do you think it's better than base game plus DLC? Do you think it's better than base game plus DLC, or is it that the whole of it? I'm not sure what you're asking. For those who don't know, with the launch of Relaunched, they did do some massive work with the engine and all that. Like, they did like a bunch of work around that. Oh. I don't have what I need for that, that's fine. I need to wait for them to bring more metal. So it is a thing where they did do some major work on the engine that's allowed it to improve a great deal and all that stuff. Is the base game plus a DLC equivalent to Relaunch, or is Relaunch... Relaunched is bigger. They have reworked the engine. They've added, I believe, politics in as a whole extra system. That, you know, there's definitely a lot of argument about the politics system should have just been a DLC, which my understanding was it originally was intended to be a DLC, and then they felt the scope
generator
was getting too big for a DLC.
Using a power cable from the build menu to power up the extractor.
That they're going to need to, like, add a bunch to the engine and that to accommodate it. I don't know how true any of that part is, but that was what was stated, so that there was a lot they would have to do around that. And so, for making that possible, they did end up, you know... Why are you say... Connect power producers. Okay, so trying to build the power cable. There we go. I'm assuming I just didn't have the materials yet. But yeah, so it's one of those things that, like, they did do a major overhaul of the engine and added functionality. And again, people will argue whether or not that requires a new game. But I do find, in general, quite often, I run into lots of cases where, like, for example, we have Roadcraft, that there are people who got very upset that, you know, we have SnowRunner, and that Expeditions came out, and it added a whole bunch of new tech, and then Roadcraft came out, and it added a whole bunch of new tech, and they were very upset that that wasn't just, you know, updates to SnowRunner. And it's kind of one of those things you go, well, you have to remember these required massive changes to their engine, and that part's fine. But if they did bring that to SnowRunner, those games have higher system requirements as a result of that change. So now imagine you're someone who's playing SnowRunner, you're having a good time, and an update comes out, and you can't play anymore.
Is a byproduct of all extractors, and is best stored at designated locations. This way you can ensure that it will not be in the way of future construction.
Okay, waste rock is a byproduct of all extractors and the best stored in designated locations. The amount of waste rock per resource extracted depends on the grade of the resource deposit. You can select the resource deposit of unit grade and the amount of resources remaining. Place dumping site and concrete deposit to store extracted concrete. Okay, so what it's saying is I basically need a depot here, and we need the concrete depot. I'll put that over here for right now. Then we need a dumping site. We'll put that over there for right now. With a little bit of space, since I don't know what we have to worry about there.
Drones will pick pending tasks on their own within the range of the drone controllers they are assigned to.
Okay, currently all drones are assigned to the rocket. When the rocket is selected, the work range of all drones will be visible. If the rocket takes up, however, these drones will need another controller. Build a drone hub. I see. Yeah, so you can control everything here, but if I want to be able to function without the rocket, I need a drone hub. So probably at a minimum. Ooh. Interesting. So there's not a whole lot of range here. I see. Yeah, no, I understand they did take down the previous page. And like I said, I'm assuming that's all licensing thing, because that's not typical behavior you see for a lot of that stuff. The range is pretty large. Oh, I see. Oh, I think it was telling me like what range, like it was like if it was too close to the. I see. So the range I was seeing is like what negatives were in range would be impacting this.
Drones run on batteries.
Okay.
That have to be recharged periodically.
Every drone hub has 2 recharging stations built in, but you may need additional ones as the colony spreads out. Restructuring recharge stations, especially along areas with heavy drone traffic, will prove vital to maintaining an efficient workforce. Okay. You can't blame them for taking it down. You've never seen overwhelmingly negative review summary on Steam? Oh, I've seen it many times. Very, very unfortunately, like with a lot of games, there's sometimes it's absolutely
Maintaining a steady
deserved.
supply chain between Earth and Mars is essential, especially during the early colonization stages.
And I could certainly see the argument, for this one. Again, if you bought all the DLC on the first one, I can understand you being upset. But yeah, no, we've definitely seen that, like, for example, when, Kerbal Space Program 2 dropped, that was overwhelmingly negative, and for that right, it went to Kerbal Space Program 1, and it also brought the negative title way, or the original title way down. And those, again, make sense. Kerbal Space Program 2 was a disaster and got abandoned. It deserves to have that title. But then there's also situations where, you know, you'll have a perfectly reasonable thing that companies will do, and you'll effectively have a group pop in there and do that. You do have people who have political agendas who don't like that, you know, this game, you know, like this game over here had a strong female protagonist, and then people review bombing that. Yeah, so review bombing does happen. But again, some of it's well-deserved. Like, some of it is companies doing shady crap, or, like, for example, the new Call of Duty did not disclose that it had generative AI in it, and so it got extremely negative reviews, which is fair. I don't care what they think about AI. As a consumer, it's not something I want. I want to be able to make the informed decision, and Steam requires that. And so it is kind of one of those things. But you do have a lot of cases where it's a very political thing. Or it's not even sometimes political, sometimes it's people being trolls. You might want to be able to check through SteamDB and the links to the Steam interfaces. Repos provided there. They aren't usually linked on the Steam page. Gotcha. But yeah, so like this one, I can understand and respect why people who, again, bought the base game and all the DLC are very upset. It seems reasonable. I'm not in that group, and for the record, I did buy this game. I was not given a key. I think I may have gotten a key for the original way back, but I did not buy that. It was an upcoming game that didn't say it was AI, and it's such slop. Yeah, no, they get pretty wild. Maintaining a steady supply chain between Earth and Mars is essential during early colonization. Every rocket has enough fuel for a one-way trip to Mars, and it has to be refueled on-site so it can return to Earth to be reused. Fuel is produced at a fuel refinery. To set up production chain, you will also need water. Build a moisture evaporator. That way Luke can go get his power converters at Tossie Station to help you with your job. And then fuel the refinery. We got a moisture building. And you got a fuel refinery. Okay, and we'll need a power cable. I have checked. I'm assuming they can drive over the power cable. Yeah, I figured they could. Because otherwise that'd make laying out your base like a whole big logistical nightmare. Oh no, it's Tashi Station, that's right.
A building has stopped working.
Okay, so we do not have enough power. Or wait, that's actually complaining about something else. Connect them both to the power grid. Adjacent power producers and consumers transfer power automatically. You don't need additional cables.
We don't have sufficient power for all the buildings in the colony.
Okay, luckily we have another generator. And that's complaining about piping that I'm assuming it's going to teach me in just a minute, where it's like, you gotta pipe these two buildings between each other. Ah, what'd you think? You're just gonna plug these things in and it's gonna be fine?
A system of pipes is used to deliver resources such as water and air where they are needed.
Okay, moisture evaporator has been connected with fuel pipes to the refinery. So we go here, pipes. Yeah, no, I mean, they had the symbols bouncing over. It's like, alright, I get where this is going. You did search through, and there are 36 results for surviving Mars and seem to be. Only 2 of them are for relaunch. So if you don't know what DLC you want to check, might become a bit arduous. Oh, I thought that. Oh, I see. I understand. So there's only certain angles on the building that the pipes access. So I need to go over there. I see. So that's the thing when I build it, to make sure I, you know, orient it correctly for the pipes.
Fuel production is now underway, and the drones will begin to deliver the fuel to the rocket.
Okay. So the speed controls can increase the game speed so rocket refuels faster. Effect. For the purpose of this tutorial situation, the rocket needs far less fuel, 5, than would need during normal gameplay, 50. Okay. But yeah, and that's Paradox's business model. I know there's people who really don't like Paradox's business model, but they'll sell you the base game, and then they'll continue to support the game for like the next 10, 15 years by just going, you know, here's a new DLC, here's a new DLC, here's a new DLC, so I have like 3-4 DLC a year and all that. And, you know, it's one of those things they use to fund future development. And so there's that part of it's fine. It does run into the problem is then you go to buy into the game, you know, 3-4 years later, 5 years later, and you're looking at the game going, why does this game cost me $140 to get it plus the DLC? And so the thing I would like to see Paradox do more is I would love to see Paradox go, okay, here's the game release, and then you do your 3 DLC a year, whatever it is. And then when you get to the second year, the first year stuff all gets bundled and discounted. And then you go to the next one, and that year gets bundled and discounted. And you get the idea that there gets to be a point where it's like, yeah, getting the deal, you know, the base game with all the extra fixins, you know, it should never be to a point where it's going to cost you like $200. But that is the weakness of the Paradox model, is just if you don't go back and like discount it later in some manner, it becomes a really big problem that eventually you look at a game like Stellaris and be like, I'd like to check out Stellaris. And then you look at it plus all the DLC and go, oh my god, it's $300. And that sticker shock will keep you from doing it because, let's be real, as much as I love Stellaris, it ain't worth dropping $300 all at once. It's a good game, but, you know, that's the thing. And it's another thing, to be fair, to, like, you don't need to buy the DLC, which is a thing like here. They had the whole thing where you can buy, like, the pack to get the upcoming DLC or whatever. And I chose not to. I want them to have to make good DLC to convince me to spend more money. I don't believe in pre-ordering stuff. Select the rocket and press launch. And send it on its way back to Earth. Initiates the launch sequence to return to Earth.
Orphan drones.
Congratulations. You have finished the first tutorial.
Okay, next tutorial, rovers and exploration. In a way,
Welcome,
Semi made
Commander.
the term up.
In this training exercise, you will get acquainted with one of your most valuable tools, rovers.
Rovers are vehicles with a variety of useful functions like transporting resources, commanding drones, and analyzing anomalies. You have direct control over all rovers in the colony. Select the RC transporter to move it to the designated area. Is that what the Sims cost with all deals? Oh, I think the Sims is even more. Like, I think the Sims is even higher than 1500. The Sims, if you get literally everything, is like
Now let's try moving around.
beyond bonkers.
The RC transport can load and carry resources around the map. Let's use it to refuel the nearby rocket.
Okay, use the RC transporter to load fuel from the fuel depot in the base and unload it close to the rocket, so the drones will load it to the rocket. Drones can also take the resource directly from the RC transport if they need them. However, unloading the resources is quicker and will free up the RC transport for other tasks. Okay. Yeah, Train Sim's supposed to be another one like that. But yeah, no, it's always a difficulty. Hi.
Hi. Remember I told you to.
Your crown came off? I'm sorry. Yeah. You can try calling and seeing if they could get you in like tomorrow and like swap shifts with someone at work, maybe. They might. It's unlikely they'll be able
Now
to do that.
order the RC transport to unload the fuel next to the rocket.
Alright, bear with me for just a minute, chat. I'll be right back. Alright. Yeah, sorry about that. Toom walked in and she's holding one of her, like when I say crown from her tooth, like a crown popped off. And it was just like, oh, that's no fun. Because it's Thanksgiving week here in the US, so nothing's gonna be open. So she's not having a great day. So she's gonna call the dentist and be like, when can you see me? Alright, so what were we even doing? So we're getting the RC car to refuel things. Yeah, so I do apologize about like the disruption, but it is what it is. Let me get some jello. Yeah, no, we'll... Okay, what's the saying? Give command to unload. There. Alright. Can I get some jello for Thanksgiving? Yeah, no, that's kind of the big bummer, is it just... Like, if it was another week, there's a good chance that she could get in for... get in for like an emergency visit with the dentist or whatever to get it sorted out or, moved up the schedule or whatever. But with it being a holiday week, they're probably not going to be open and available in the first place. And then on top of that, like, going into Thanksgiving, it also means eating is complicated because you've got a tooth that a crown's missing, which makes it extremely sensitive to temperature. So it's just a big bummer. It's just like having that kind of thing happen. It's bad enough when it happens in general, but anytime, like, if you're traveling or if it's like during a holiday or anything like that, it just makes it all way more complicated. And this isn't the first time she's had that happen. So it's just... she's had bad luck. Anyways, but yeah, so far we're getting the fuel, we're loading the rocket. So it seems like the idea is these drones, they have a very limited range, and they just do your regular work around here. And that seems like the RC transport, the rover, allows me to massively expand that. You gave your whole household COVID after catching it on Sunday before Thanksgiving last year, ruined the whole thing. It happens. Like that is just one of those things happens. Sometimes that comes up. Well, that was it wasn't Thanksgiving. We had one of our holidays that I can't remember, one of us got really sick kind of thing. Like, it was like me and Toom. But we had one of those things that people got sick. Oh, we had once or twice that like we were going to be, it was Halloween this year. We were going to be hanging out with my my brother and his girlfriend, and she was really not feeling well, and it was one of those things that she was going to be hosting the Halloween thing, and she's like, well, you can still come over and like I'll keep away, like keep my distance. I was like, no, that's fine. Like, it's one of those things you realize that most likely that was just, she felt guilty about getting everyone's hopes up for this plans and all that, and had to be the one to mothball, so she's gonna try and make it happen anyways. It's like, no, like, if you're not feeling well, like, this is fine. We can get together another time. I've already had one vacation that basically got ruined by that kind of thing, where I was meeting up with some people about a week or so before I had to fly out for TwitchCon, not this year, but the year before. And one of the people in the group didn't let us know that they weren't feeling well, and clearly they were, sick. And then, I got COVID from it. And I can't 100% tell it was this person, but it was just, it'd be a really weird coincidence if it wasn't that, that person had been very sick before then and still wanted to meet up with everybody. And I think there's someone else in the party who probably pressured them into it. And it got me sick. And so I was supposed to fly out with Toom beforehand to go visit her family and all that. And I was testing positive for COVID, so I was like, no, I have to delay. And so it's like, that's fine, I'll delay to the actual convention kind of thing. And then I had all sorts of travel issues and all that came up unrelated to any of that, just, planes having problems and all that. And ultimately it did work out, but it was, I was at the point thinking I wasn't going to be able to actually fly out there, and she's going to show up at the hotel and I had all the information. It's going to be this big nightmare. And fortunately it worked out in the end, but there was definitely a hot minute there. I'm like, she's gonna land there, and I'm gonna have to try and communicate with these people over the phone that this person that's not on the reservation so far as by name or whatever, they're like the guests there and they need you to stay there and handle it all over the phone. And I'm like, man. And luckily things worked out, but there was a good hot minute. It was, I guess I have to go get more. If I realized I was gonna have to do multiple trips, I would have just done that at the beginning. That's fine. Yeah, people not being smart about it drives you crazy. It's not nothing. You got long COVID. Yeah, no, it's one of those things that carry supplies or passengers from Earth can travel back to Earth when fueled. Oh, then launch it. Okay. Reading comprehension.
Orphan drones.
But yeah, it's just one of those things that's like, you know, it's okay.
Some drones are left without a controller after the rocket launch.
Okay, but yeah, it's one of those things like, it's okay if you say, hey, I've not been feeling well, do you still want to get together? And you're like, yeah, and everyone's on board. But I was pretty pissed off about that particular one because, like I said, I knew I was flying out in like a week and everything, and then for someone to show up and they weren't feeling well, who also knew I was flying out in a week and didn't let me know, I was pretty upset about that because that means they denied me the ability to make an informed decision. It is what it is. We talked to the person, the offending individual, like, hey, we love hanging out, but like, if we're gonna meet up and you're not feeling well, let us know and we can make the decision. You know, that kind of thing. Some drones are left without controller after the rocket launch. If drones lose their controller, they will look for new controllers nearby. However, when there are no controllers nearby, you'll have to manually reassign them to a new controller. Reassign the command allows you to reassign drones to unstaffed controllers with heavy drone load. Assign these drones to the nearby controller. Oh yeah, no, especially with stuff like that, where okay, especially stuff like that where, again,
The RC transport is able to gather resources directly from surface deposits without the help of drones.
Send the RC car to get metals. But yeah, so it is like one of those things that, you know, travel's expensive. And if you show up on the plane and you're just sniffling and snarfling all over yourself, they're going to do the right thing and say, hey, you're not allowed to fly. They're going to be like, hey, man, we're about to put you in an enclosed tube with people that might be immunocompromised and a whole bunch of things that have no choice but to travel. Like, if you're very visibly sick, you're probably not flying. And, you know, the airliner's not going to refund your ticket. So it is those things like, don't get me wrong, crap happens. Do they? You don't think they even cared anymore? Oh no, like, if you show up in an airplane and you're very visibly sick, they will genuinely potentially tell you can't fly kind of things. You don't have it happen a lot because, one, people who are that sick usually don't want to fly in the first place. They don't absolutely have to. And then you will have some flights that, you know, the person's just not going to bother. Because a lot of times your only touch point with it is like where you scan your ticket going on the plane. And once you're on the plane and you're going somewhere, it's too little too late. So there's not very many touch points. So someone who's just trying to keep it on the down low can easily like, you know, medicate themselves enough to hide it. But yeah, no, if you're a disgusting mess, like, even if it's something like you go in and you're very clearly just, you know, you're covered in dirt and gross and stinking up real bad, they can sit there and be like, hey man, you know, that's not passable. They have, with your tickets, they almost always have things that they can kind of kick you off the flight for pretty much anything. You know, and they just exercise it when people aren't being reasonable. Hey, Stoker, thank you so much for the twice stream streak. I do appreciate the last twice streams. You've been here and all that stuff, so thanks so much for being back and all good stuff. But yeah, no, they'll definitely hold you from flying if, like, again, or like if you're indecent or something like that. There's a lot of things that they'll hold you for. Heck, if you just walk up to the person and say, go F yourself on the way on the flight, they'll probably kick you off the flight right then and there.
Warning.
Let's set up a small expand some distance away from the main base.
Okay. We will need resources from the new base. The RC transporter can be ordered to transfer a large amount of resources in multiple goals via create transport route command. Goal: set a transport route to the universal storage in the base to a marked location above the base. Okay, so select the rover. Alright. Select the route command. Okay. With the command activated, the universal depot as the starting point of the route. All. And to the new location.
Nice work.
Alright. And we'll fast forward that. Yeah, no, there's a lot of people who don't really consider the implication,
Insufficient resources.
the implication of their actions on other people, or just don't consider or whatever. There's certainly no shortage of that. Okay, so rover's gonna load up what it can, and it's gonna zip on up here and drop it off. And just kind of go back and forth. I do see some things complaining about insufficient resources the tutorial hasn't touched yet.
Commander, one other thing.
The RC is not, the RC Commander is a mobile drone controller, carries its own drones. With its help, you can gather resources from surface deposit, construct and maintain buildings. When moving far distances, the RC Commander will first recall its drones before moving. Move the RC Commander to the site to expand. Okay, so the idea is then you have a rover that just moves stuff, and then you got a rover that handles the drones that are your basic labor force. All right.
We need to construct a new sensor tower to scan the nearby environment.
Okay, use the resources that the RC transport delivered to build a power a new sensor tower that will help scan the nearby areas for resources and anomalies. So you just got back from getting food? It sounds like someone caught COVID or like that. Everything turns out, oh yeah, no, it was we weren't talking about, so basically it was just a matter of, Tomb unfortunately had a crown pop off just a minute ago, like a tooth crown. And it's a holiday here in the states in just a couple days.
Construction outside of the work range of your drones.
And so we're just kind of talking about like things being disrupted by that kind of stuff. And then, that got into people being inconsiderate when they're sick and know you're going to be traveling or whatever, and kind of not letting you know, and that impacting your travel plans, and then that leading to people who just ignore when they're not feeling well and traveling anyways, which you get it. Sometimes it's not really a choice, like especially if you're like trying to go for a medical procedure to help with like, immune disease, that kind of stuff, like immunodeficiencies, and you got to board a plane to fly and you're getting sick, well, you can't, like, it becomes a whole problem there. That's a difficult to navigate thing to get the care you need. As you're trying to place construction outside the work range of drones, buildings are constructed by drones. If you place buildings outside drones' work range, they won't be constructed. When you place buildings, make sure those buildings are in the construction range. It's fine. That's like literally what we're learning about right now is all of the stuff here. So we need... Yes, so I've got that, and you want me to build the Sterling Generator. You didn't realize Stars was with the t-shirt giving by sharing how it ruined last year's Thanksgiving by actually giving everyone a household coat could despite precautions. Yeah, no, we had a whole argument's not really the right word for it. A not even heated discussion, but like when the pandemic was like at its absolute peak and everything, you know, where a lot of people were avoiding each other and all that. That, you know, my father's immunocompromised. And it was just one of those things that we hadn't seen them in a while because, you know, the nature of Tomb's work, she interacts with a whole lot of people. So she actually has a high exposure risk. And it was just one of those things where, like, we haven't seen you in a while. We'd love for you to come by. And it's like, well, right now, you know, pandemic's at its absolute worst. And again, this is past tense. As absolute worst, you know, things are looking really bad. We don't have a vaccine yet. We don't have any of these things yet. You know, we're not comfortable doing that. And they're like, oh no, we understand the risk and we're willing to accept it. It's like, that's not the question at all. I'm not willing to accept the risk because you may be okay with the risk of getting sick and dying. I'm sure as hell not okay with the risk of putting you there. There's two different parties involved in this discussion and decision. So we have the Sterling generator, which we haven't seen. I'm assuming that's in the stuff it's bringing right now. And that will bring that up here. I have no idea which one would be the Sterling generator. They started to have that kind of argument with your parents. I feel you. Yeah, no, this is way back then. Like, these days I'm not as worried about it. It's still a thing present and ubiquitous and all that. But at least there's vaccination. At least there's stuff people can do. It's not foolproof. It doesn't solve everything. But it's certainly, the risk is significantly lower than when there was jack all nothing anyone could do. You just tried to keep a little distance from each other and stay outside, and that's about all you could do. So, it says construct a sensor tower and a Sterling generator, but it says the Sterling generator is not available yet. And so I'm a little confused by that. I'm hoping it's just, I'm waiting on this rover to keep bringing me junk, and then eventually it shows up. But it's a little confusing at the moment. It's their life, but they don't understand how callous it can feel.
Insufficient resources.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's one of those things you're like, hey, I'm willing to take the risk. And it's like, right, but, you know, you do have to be considerate of my end of the equation as well. You might be willing to take the risk of getting sick and dying, but I'm not willing to take the risk of getting you there. Like, I'm the one who has to live with what happened on the other side of this thing if that goes down, and that's not a thing I'm willing to do. So, like, we both get to be part of this decision. And if either side says no, then the answer's no. There were precautions that already far more than most people do, yeah. Yeah, and there's always risk. You know, you can get the risk to be negligible sometimes, but there's always risk. And that doesn't mean you don't interact with people or anything like that. It's, you know, okay, here is, like, the risk here of, like, do absolutely nothing. How bad is that? And then here's the risk of, like, okay, here's what I can reasonably do. Where's that? And then, you know, you can go kind of cartoonishly above where there's a certain point where you go, okay, well, you know, there's a level of precautions that's just not realistic. You can't, like, everyone getting in their big bubble and rolling up to each other, you know, isn't a pragmatic or realistic thing. But, you know, wearing a mask is a completely reasonable thing if that's what you want to do. You know, social distancing is a completely reasonable thing. Like, when we've got, like, flu season going around, it might be a thing that when I know I'm going to be visiting someone who's immunocompromised, I might make it a point to spend less time in areas where I'm going to be exposed to lots of people leading up to meeting up with that immunocompromised person. That way the risk of me catching a flu or something that could be very life-threatening to them is very low. It's not gone. You can never truly get rid of it. But the odds are low enough that it's probably not a risk. Not really. You're already on the too much precautions, too little living your life side of the equation. Then you can't give yourself a hard time. Yeah, there's definitely a balance to be had there. Like, there's, if you're trying to literally avoid getting sick ever, I feel like there's something missing with this tutorial, because right now, like I said, I want to put this down, and I built the first part, but it's really unclear because it says it wants me to construct it, but also says I'm not allowed to construct it yet. So I'm kind of not the most impressed with the tutorial, if I'm being honest. It definitely feels like there should be at least some more verbiage or something here that I'm kind of like, should I be doing something else to get the power going? Because you've got my UI disabled. And we haven't learned how to manufacture things. So I'm kind of scratching my head. Oh, yeah. No, that's kind of one of the things that I appreciate, that there's a lot of other cultures that if you're feeling sick, it's, you're expected. So the sensor tower, I did place the sensor tower, unless it canceled that out, which is an entire possibility. But I was pretty sure I had placed the sensor tower. Okay. So I went to place the sensor tower, and it was like, this isn't in range. I see.
Good job.
I'm a little salty about that one. Basically, I went to build the sensor tower, says, hey, you're not in drone range. And I didn't realize it had canceled it because it looked ghosted there still. In a lot of games, that ghosted means it is being built. Alright. So I understand this. Okay. So that was just a matter of the nature of the tutorial, where it was trying to help me not
Warning.
build something out of
Insufficient
range.
Resources.
It's time to learn about scanning sectors and exploration.
It's time to learn about scanning sectors and exploration. You can scan new sectors to discover more resource deposits and anomalies. This is done with the overview map. Go to the overview map.
You can scan sectors of the map to discover new resources and anomalies.
There are two main ways to scan. One is to queue sectors for scanning. These sectors will be scanned one by one gradually over time. Sensor towers speed up the scanning process of sectors near them. The other is to use probes, which you can buy using funding to bring resupply rockets from Earth. Use a probe to scan the sector. So, probe.
You can also queue sectors for scanning.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Okay. So yeah, so then we would continue to scan looking for resources. I understand.
Well done. Now it's time to use our fully operational RC Explorer to analyze the anomaly.
Okay, select the RC Explorer to use the Move Interact action in order to analyze the anomaly. This will take a while, so consider increasing the game speed to its fastest.
Anomaly found.
Yeah, so, like I said, if people missed what got me confused there, is I went to build the sensor thing, and then to build the power thing, and the power thing was not allowed. And I had put the sensor thing, and my vehicle was slightly too far away, and it says, this isn't in drone range! But I didn't
Sector
realize that I'd
scan.
canceled it. I thought it was just a warning being like, hey, just so you know, this isn't going to actually get built. Not unless you do this. And so, only because it was a tutorial and they had the ghosted position
The anomaly
of
has
where you
yielded
would build
interesting
it,
insights into new technologies.
where you would want to build it kind of thing, that was what confused me and why I was like, I don't understand what's happening. Okay. So, researching new technologies unlocks new options for your colonies, such as a new building, domes, upgrades. Anomalies often provide bonuses to research, such as unlocking new technologies for research or providing research points. So we can open the research tree.
This is the research screen. From here, you can choose and queue techs for research.
Techs are divided into 5 basic fields and a field of special breakthrough technologies. When you research tech, you are given a basic field. You will unlock the new tech in that field. Breakthrough techs are special, unique techs that are unlocked by anomaly. Queue at least one technology for research. Queue any technology to continue. You're covering up my stuff. Commander, one thing. Each technology has a cost in research points which are generated in various ways. Your sponsor provides some research points to start with. Once the colonists arrive, you'll be able to construct research labs which generate points faster. You can view a breakdown of research points generated per soul on the left of the research screen. Close the research thing to finish the tutorial. Yeah, we'll definitely want to check out what we end up with here.
Nice work. Now you know.
Water, power, and maintenance. All right. And I believe there were 4 tutorials.
Welcome, Commander. It looks like this forward base has gone through a major dust storm.
Now is your job to fix it up and prepare for your first colonist. This tutorial will learn how to handle power, life support system, grids, and building maintenance, as well as how to construct your first dome.
First things first. Let's remove some unnecessary structures.
The concrete extractor depleted its deposit and will be of no use now. We can salvage some of the construction materials from it. So we go here and salvage.
Now let's get that drone hub operational.
Okay, we need to supply the drone hub with power, and resources from the salvage construction concrete extractor should be enough to construct a solar panel. It would be best to use the existing power cables to connect the 2 buildings to avoid wasting more materials on metals and all that. Hey, Darkstrider, thank you for the 150 stream streak. I do really appreciate catching the last 150 streams. I missed a single one, so thank you so much for that. So we got the solar panel going up. And I gotta grab myself a cup so that I can drink my drink that's after that one. We'll go ahead and let the drones zip around and bring those materials to make a solar panel. I do wish this game had the tutorial in your actual playthrough. There's probably a good reason it doesn't, but I don't miss games doing it this way, where you do like a bunch of these like little tutorials and then you play the game. A lot of times I think it's nice.
We have some power, but it's not enough. We should prioritize the drone hub.
As I do like when games do have it where it's like, hey, we noticed you don't have this thing, go do it. Like the kind of breadcrumb hints, and then, just give you a turn off button. All right, so we can change the power buildings the priority manually. Right, so I could go to this building and I could increase its priority to 3, and that's for power.
We can use the machine parts left from the concrete extractor to build a wind turbine.
Wind turbines are a good alternative to solar panels, as they operate day and night. They also get bonus power production if they built on high ground. However, wind turbines have high upkeep and cost and require maintenance more often than solar panel. I was also going to say Mars's atmosphere is very not dense, so I would expect your wind turbines to not work very well. Like, you have a very thin atmosphere on Mars. It's one of the reasons why, what was the movie? Not The Martian. There's one of these movies where they're on the surface of Mars, and the whole thing that kicks it off is there's like a really bad storm. And that was the setup.
There won't be enough electricity to power the base, especially during the night.
It was a Martian sandstorm? Well, no, I know The Martian had that, but there's another movie before The Martian that also did the whole thing where they, like, it wasn't the person getting isolated on Mars. It was a bunch of people getting wrecked because I can't remember what movie it was. There's been several movies that take place on Mars, but it wasn't The Martian where the one person gets stuck on Mars for an extended period of time and all that garbage. There's another one. It doesn't matter. But the point was, is like this big Martian sandstorm or whatever, Martian weather event Because the other one, like a big face shows up towards the end of it, and the person goes away with aliens or whatever. So very much not the Martian. Very, very not the Martian, which is again about someone being isolated, trying to get back home, but being isolated on Mars. I don't think Total Recall. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. Like, Total Recall had, like, the weird thing where they go out into space and, like, Arnold Schwarzenegger's face goes like it's gonna explode. But, it was one of those things where they had, like, this big storm that trashes everything. And it's like, just as a reminder, that's not a thing that actually happens at Mars, because there is no density to that atmosphere. Red Planet dusted off some neurons? Maybe. That name doesn't really ring a bell, but it's also one of those movies I can only remember like 2 scenes from the whole movie, so... But yeah, no, it's just, genuinely speaking, on Mars, weather phenomena is pretty minimal, and when it does happen, it's not stronger on Mars, it's significantly weaker, because the atmosphere is so thin, there's not much to do any force. Like, average Martian air pressure is 6 millibar, Earth is like 1013 millibar, yeah, so it doesn't have no atmosphere, but it's pretty dang close. The point is, you're not getting some sandstorm that's doing anything. You're not flying a kite, you're not gonna make a little pinwheel spin, and you're not gonna have wind power. These are things that do not happen on Mars. And due to the nature of the size of Mars and everything, you can't just magic an atmosphere into place. It'll bleed off. There's a reason why Mars is not really... You could do a habitat in domes where you contain the air. That is a plausible thing. But a Mars atmosphere that you could just walk out into and have a lovely day is unfortunately not realistic. It's not suited for it. Like getting a planet that is the right size in the Goldilocks zone to sustain life and has like the right makeup is a very difficult thing. Which is one thing you hated about The Martian. It started with the sandstorm stranding the guy, but later was a sequence where they had a realistic sandstorm, which basically just reduced solar output. Yeah, that would be about as most as you get. It was like your solar panels would get a little dusting is about the worst you'd actually get. It's more dusted, dumped a little dust on everything, and that's about as bad as you'd get from it. And even that would take a pretty motivated weather system for Mars. Let's see, solar panels provide power only during the day. We don't have accumulators to compensate at night. You could set some up with the base automatically turn off, or you could set some buildings to automatically turn off at night using building shift. There are 3 shifts, first, second, and night shift. Buildings will require power, resources, and workers during their active shifts. Disable the night shifts on the moisture evaporator and the fuel refinery. So... there's no label on that. Okay. That to me, this is a party foul. You've got all this space. All this space here. You have so much space. Where is the iconography or any type of description here to say first, second, or third? This is what you have to just know. You can mouse over it, but just scooch it the tiniest bit over and put a first, a second, and then like a moon.
You managed to get things operational, but this won't last, as buildings require maintenance, and we are out of resources.
Buildings require maintenance with resources roughly every 6 to 7 sols. Buildings that don't get maintenance break and won't function until repaired. To showcase this, we have simulated the breakdown of the solar panel. Drones will automatically repair the breakdown, provided there are metals in range for the controller. Examine the broken solar panel. Okay. Select the large solar panel from the view to view about its maintenance. The condition is...
We need more metals to secure this base. Use the RC transport to collect some metals and transport them back.
Okay, use the RC to bring 20 to 30 metals. And you can use these to set up additional solar panel to power everything up. Deliver 20 metals using the RC car. Now, what I was reading is the condition of the building deteriorates over time. Martian dusts and disasters contribute to deterioration of outside buildings. Deteriorated buildings will need to be serviced by a drone and resupplied with the required maintenance resource, or they will malfunction. Okay. So we got RC Transport 1. Let's get over there. Let's see, they're calling the current weather on Mars dust avalanches, driven by strong storms. That was from NASA. They're calling the current weather on Mars dust avalanches, driven by strong winds. Let's see, it would be neat if they kept all the good stuff in. Ozone layer, magnetic field. I think there's part of it is just, so Earth has an iron core that is in the center constantly rotating. That's one of the things that helps with our magnetic field and all that helps pull things in. Earth also has a larger mass than Mars, if I remember correctly, by a significant factor. That is that much more gravity to hold things in. But yeah. They're calling the current weather on Mars dust avalanches, carried by strong winds. Yeah, because Mars, I mean, maybe it's strong for Mars. Because generally speaking, that's the whole thing, that even when a wind has a lot of movement on Mars, it's got no power behind it. There's not enough mass. It's just too thin of an atmosphere. I could see it be a thing it could probably carry a lot of dust and, again, make a mess of everything. Okay, so we want to take that over here. I'm assuming if I just right-click, it'll just go straight over to unload. But yeah. That's the whole thing, and that's not to ruin movies. Like, there's so many movies that get into, like, the sci-fi kind of things that you gotta have a certain amount of suspension of disbelief. Like, I really like the movie Gravity.
However, we need more than just metals. Fortunately, we can call a resupply rocket from Earth.
But what I was gonna say is, I really like the movie Gravity, but and it's mostly good, but it definitely has some things that don't work right, like where she's crying and the tears are coming off. It's like, nope, tensile strength is the strongest force involved here. That tears are gonna stay right there on your face. They're gonna get in your eyes, and you're not gonna be able to see it. It's gonna be a bad time. Crying on Mars is a bad time, and you don't. Well, crying in space is a bad time, and you gotta like wipe it off because it won't naturally come off your face or whatever. But stuff like that's like, yeah, that's whatever. The only one that irked me was they spent scene after scene after scene showing like just how tethers would work in space. You'd have one object tethered to another and we're like bounce back and forth and just keep ricocheting things around again and again. Because there's not something to have friction to reduce the force, so just keep yanking stuff around. And they do that, and like one scene later, they have this thing on a tether, and just because they needed to kill off a character to make things mean something, and so you have the character like scrambling trying to grab netting, and she's being drugged by this other person who then, cuts the line so that she can live. And it's like, no, I'm sorry. You can still have that scene with him bouncing back and forth, like yanking her off the netting. That's fine, because that's in there. But you've made multiple scenes to establish this phenomena, which is accurate, to then discard it the moment it wasn't convenient for your storytelling. That's fine if you wanted to go the other way, even though it's not realistic. But be consistent with yourself. It bothered me so much, because the other way would have worked fine too. He could have just ricocheted back and forth, and each time he did, he would like be stuck in a net and get like pulled almost free from the netting, and you do that like 2 or 3 times, and then he cuts himself loose. But that scene bothered me so much, just because of how hard they hammered home like the rules of how this worked, only to immediately flip on it. And there's a tons of stuff that Gravity had wrong, like just going from one station and just using your little like EVA suit or going to the next station. Nah, I'm sorry, that's a big old no. That's not going to be a thing you're going to do. There's nowhere near enough Delta V in a little EVA suit to move between celestial satellites. Now that something's gone really far wrong. I bet you the consultants they hired told them that was BS, and they were like, it's fine, we're gonna do it. Oh no, they clearly made a decision. Because, like, yeah, they showed it correctly for a good number of, like, 2 or 3 scenes, that they showed them correctly how elasticity works in space between 2 objects. And just the one scene did they deviate solidly against it. And you could tell they had a story point they wanted to make, and this reality was inconvenient for making it easy for the audience to understand. And so they took some creative alterations, and you do that with sci-fi. Because sometimes what really happens isn't what you would think would happen, and so it looks wrong. It's unintuitive. Like, again, like the tears just pooling up on your face kind of thing. Would just look weird, so they made the cinematic decision to make them float off. Which, again, it doesn't affect anything, so who cares, even though it is very plainly inaccurate. Going between the different things with the EVA suit, that's fine. It's totally inaccurate, but it's fine. You can kind of wink, hand nudge, and blur it, and it's fine. It's a good story. But that one scene, just because you could like easily tell it the other way and it'd be fine, just bothered me so much more than it should. And for the record, I actually really like the movie. Let's see, so we need more metals. Fortunately, we can resupply the rocket from Earth. Using rockets to resupply from Earth is the best way to secure resources early on. You'll need funding to buy resources, but your sponsor usually will provide you with enough of the basic colony up and running. Open up the resource supply screen and order advanced resources from Earth. Okay, so the resource supply screen is this one. So we got 35,000 kilograms. We want 20 polymers, 20 mechanical parts, 20 electronics. You should fill that rocket. As much as it costs, you're sending this to another planet, you should fill that rocket. That's just being wasteful.
Let's do some cleaning up around the base while we wait for the rocket to arrive.
The remains of the destroyed and salvaged buildings will obstruct other constructions. To clear these ruins, you must research decommissioned protocol technology in the engineering field. For the purpose of the simulation, we have provided you with the tech. Clear the ruins of the concrete extractor. Okay.
Now, let's remove some of the unnecessary cables.
You can use the salvage tools in the build menu to remove cables and pipes as well. An alternative way to salvage buildings. Remove cables that are reconstructed there. Then go to open the build menu, select the salvage tool. Okay, so now we gotta wait for the rocket to get back. Alright, Elena, you have a good one. But good talking. But yeah, and there's a lot of stuff like that. Like, you know, again, the Arnold Schwarzenegger on Total Recall where his face starts like exploding out for being in there. It's like, no, don't get me wrong, going out into Mars's atmosphere without a, like, you know, proper suit and everything, you would die, but you wouldn't like suddenly have your face like start exploding outward and all that.
Stopped working.
It would be violent and awful. You wouldn't want to, but you know, it's a movie. They had to up the special effects for the fun. Okay, so we're waiting for that. So, my implication of how this is going to work so far is we're going to get to set on a planet, and we're going to have, like, the basics we need to build. And those basics we need to build, we will, array to land. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely say the tutorial side of this has been like the game feels good.
Supplies from Earth have arrived, and we can use them to expand the base.
But the tutorial's got some rough edges. Let's start with the power accumulator. It allows you to store power at nighttime or emergencies. Keep in mind, accumulators have a capped maximum output, so a single one may not be enough to power all buildings at night. Construct a power accumulator and connect it to the power grid. Hidden, you may want to construct some additional solar panels and wind turbines to sustain the base operation. That's not what I want here. So let's build the power accumulator. It doesn't have a specific place it wants me to build it. I'm going to put it up here, I guess. And I'm not going to bother building a whole bunch of extra stuff. We're just going to get the minimum to get through the tutorials. When you play the actual game, there's going to be a lot more consideration. Escape from Mars? Maybe? I don't remember when the movie came out. It feels like it would have been right around like 2000, so maybe late 90s, early 2000s, but I also don't say with confidence.
Essential for a sustainable Martian colony. Fortunately, there is a water deposit nearby.
Let's build a water extractor near the deposit. All extractors must be placed near a deposit of the corresponding type. Remember to then connect it with power. You may also have to build more power producers to generate the required power. Construct a power...
Use the build menu to construct a water extractor near the water deposit. Then, power it up.
So there's the water. You'll need to get power cables. It keeps making a point being like, you're going to need this. You're going to need this. You're going to...
Warning,
Look, man, again.
insufficient resources.
Okay. You go get metal in the meantime. Okay, so that's going to give us water. Then we can get the next thing. Yeah, no, it could have been Escaping Mars. Like I said, I remember watching it, and I remember genuinely having a relatively good time, but I do remember, like, getting to the thing with like, a face appearing from, like, a hill of sand and being like, what is this BS? It's... Let's see, does that other grid chunk get solar panels?
Is ready, but we don't have a storage for the water it will extract.
All right, we need water for, well, let's see, we'll need water for drones, farming, polymer production, but for now we don't have anything that we can store the water in, like a water tower. Storages are important, safety measures for your colony, as well as to provide water, oxygen, and power, in case of producer breaking down or ceasing operation during a disaster. So we need storage. And it keeps putting a little pin there, so it makes me assume that's the thing that I need to do. Okay, and we can go here to the pipes. Oh, it's not built yet, that's why.
Warning, insufficient resources.
That's fine, whatever, I don't care anymore. Let's see, Mission to Mars was out in 2000. Came up with the, I searched Mars film with Storge giant face. Ah, Mission to Mars, that's the one. Yeah, I remember a couple scenes from that.
That will house our colonists.
Okay, the domes are large superstructures that house colonists. You can construct many buildings inside domes. Some of them will require colonists as workforce. Domes have limited space, but can be connected via passages to form larger systems. Remember to use your RC transport to mine metals to carry and to call resupply rockets if you need advanced materials for your dome. Construct a basic dome. This will take a long time, so you may wish to speed things up with speed controls. Well, look, man. It's kind of a troll thing to do. To tell me to put the dome where I put my rocket. Just saying.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Yeah, and like I said, I watched it way back in the day, and I remember generally enjoying it. Like, it was nothing awe-inspiring or anything. Like, it was like, okay, you know, this is a perfectly reasonable movie kind of thing. So let's go here. But the thing is, I'm not seeing the fuel. And the problem is, I landed the shuttle
Warning, insufficient resources.
in the way of where it wants us to build the dome.
A building has stopped working.
Okay, so we need more power. And it won't let me build power because it says it's the wrong building. Okay, so get that thing back online.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Okay. So I might actually skip ahead, because my assumption of what would happen here is we would build the dome. Maybe I have to hook it up with oxygen and all that. But in the meantime, I've got to wait for us to generate 15 soul, or 50 soul, or sorry, 50 fuel, which I'm only producing about 12 per day. Which means realistically spending like 5 in-game days fast-forwarding at full speed, which is still going to take us a while. So I do think I'm going to go, you know what?
Warning, insufficient
It's fine.
resources.
We'll just assume we figured this out, because I'm sure as heck not waiting on that. So what tutorials would we have left? So domes was our last... Well, no. Okay, so that was the maintenance one and building our first dome. Yeah, so it also have us hook up the oxygen and that, which it described as working the same basic way
Welcome back, Commander.
as the other ones.
In this tutorial, you will finally familiarize yourself with the challenges of sustaining a society on Mars.
Everything done beforehand was the prelude for this very moment. The arrival of founders. Your first colonists are called founders. After they set foot on Mars, a trial period meant to test how humans fare on Mars will begin. No more colonists will arrive from Earth until the founder stage ends. Be careful. If all of your colonists die during this period, your mission will be terminated.
The foundations for bringing your first colonists have already been laid down. One of the final things left to do is to provide the founders with living space.
Living complexes are built inside the dome. The space within the dome is limited, so each building should be carefully planned. So we can go to our stuff here, dome, living complex, and done. Alright. Let's see, many years ago, you saw a semi-small streamer, 1 to 2,000 followers, stream their original and build the wind power and atmospheric water extractor and say, see, if we mess up Earth, we can move to Mars, so things aren't that terrible. And I thought, even if we told this only yourself to calm yourself down, you have to be responsible as a media creator. Yeah, no, it's one of those things. You only got one Earth. And if we're really lucky, we might someday get to the point of being able to have limited living spaces, you know, in domes under the sea or on Mars or other planets. But realistically, there's going to be a lot of resources we can only get from Earth with our perceivable technology. And so you could build a home on Mars, but it would likely be dependent on Earth. At least for a very long time. So it's kind of one of those things that's like, could we someday, maybe someday in the very distant future, make something sustainable on Mars? Maybe. It's more sci-fi than sci-fact. But, you know, maybe we get advances. But more than likely, your children's children aren't going to be around to see it. Like, we're talking a very distant
With all
future.
preparations complete, the colony is ready for the arrival of the founders.
Okay, order the passenger rocket from the resupply.
From this screen, you can inspect all available applicants and determine which ones will travel to the colony.
Okay. Colonists are organized by their age, specialization, various traits. You can set a desired and undesired traits in every category with a thumbs up, thumbs down. Colonists with more of the desired traits will board the rocket, while colonists with any traits undesirable will be rejected. Let's see. Use the applicate filters to set criteria you want for what type of colonist you want to bring to Mars. Alternatively, you may highlight individual applicants to inspect by hand and pick 12 of them yourself, and then be ready for them to join your thing on Mars. Okay, so we have the age group. We just have basic age range. Specialization. We have a whole bunch there. Oh, okay, it's just a breakdown of how many of them are men and women and other. So there's like 73 different what? I didn't realize we were insects or fungus where we have that many genders. Like, you know, obviously there's more than two, but when it's like 73, you're like, hang on, let's calm down a little. So we've got perks. So we have like celebrity, we have composed, enthusiastic, party animal. Flaws, we have alcoholic, chronic condition, coward, gambler, glutton, hypochondriac, loner, melancholy. Quirks. Apparently astronomer is a quirk. And guru? Interesting. Oh. Okay. Guru's an interesting one. So, literally, if you have a trait you really like in Guru, they'll just keep spreading that around. I don't know what I don't know, so we're just going to go ahead and launch.
Colonists will arrive on Mars with a small amount of food, but it will not last long. We need to make sure that they will be able to produce their own food on the red planet. The hydroponic farm can produce food. Although the colonists can take food directly from a food depot, they will be happier if they can pick it up from a grocery.
Okay. So they want me to make a hydroponic farm. And there's a grocer. The guru can be both good and a dangerous trait. No, that's what I was thinking, because like you get guru and then they're alcoholic, then you know you have a colony full of alcoholics. Definitely something you want. You don't want that. One thing I'm also noticing that I didn't. Okay. I did not realize all of these can share one pipeline. So pipeline's just you've connected liquids. Okay. Let's speed this up.
A building has stopped working.
Colonists need service buildings to keep them comfortable on Mars. The grocery that you already constructed is one such service building.
Different services satisfy different interests colonists might have. A colonist will feel more comfortable inside a dome where their interests are covered, but you don't need to cover every interest in smaller domes. This might not even be possible. If the comfort of colonists falls too low, they'll become Earthsick and decide to leave Mars and go back to Earth. However, Martian-born colonists will never get Earthsick. Gotcha. So you want me to build a space bar. And also it's complaining about workers, I'm pretty sure. It hasn't told us how to deal with that, but we'll worry about that. Yeah, water gets broken down into air and fuel. Yeah, now, in this case, it's not a problem because, like I said, that was probably something they covered in the last tutorial, because I know we took water and we made into fuel. It was more that these all share the pipe, because we know we hooked up that, and then the air is, I'm assuming, one of these buildings over here. Yeah, the Moxie. And all that. But it was the fact that all of these are just taking one pipe that, you know, it didn't surprise me, but it's like, okay, so I just have the fluid/gas pipe, and just by magic, it can all go through there. Because they also... Yeah, so you have both grids here. And it doesn't mention a maximum. There might be... Oh, yeah, well, that's the maximum production. But yeah, it doesn't mention a maximum throughput on the pipe. Yep, you hope that your alcohol doesn't get have a hidden guru trait. You don't know the guru can be hidden, late revealed. Though there are some ways to handle such colonists, should they appear. You know, you just send them to the dome where maybe things aren't as good as the other one. Wait for the passenger rocket to arrive. Oh, I keep not noticing the Yeah, I keep not noticing the... Like, I saw that pulsing down there, but, like... Just the idea, like, I'm gonna have to remember to, like, manually intervene with the rocket, because, like, okay, it's sent back. It's like, okay, it's arrived. You need to do the thing.
A rocket has arrived. New colonists have arrived.
Great. Now that you have a spacebar, you can customize its work settings.
The founders have just arrived and have taken available jobs automatically, but you can customize their work assignments. With the building selected, notice there are three available work shifts on the panel. 2 of them are active, with 2 workers employed on each shift. The more workers assigned to the building, the better the building performs. Initially, however, we won't be needing so many people working at the spacebar, as there will be other important jobs to fill with a limited number of people, especially during the founder bait. Disable 1 slot for every active shift. Let's see, select the spacebar. We did. On one of the work shifts, slots, first 2 shifts. Again, if there is already a worker in that slot, first time fires a worker until the slot is closed. Disable 1 work slot per shift. We did that. Oh, I see. I understand.
Healthy colonists at working age are able to fill any position, but how well they perform at a certain position varies between colonists.
I might have people join the where we can get the people named on here. We might do that once I'm doing an actual colony and not just a tutorial. I guess someone can answer this question for me. Is there a fast turnaround on your colonists, or is it something you get a colonist and they're probably going to be there for like a stream or 2 or 3? Basically what I'm trying to figure out is some games like Timberborn, I don't like to name the beavers because you just go through them so fast, you're just naming stuff the entire stream. And then there's games like RimWorld that, generally speaking, you know, outside of unfortunate accidents, if someone joins your colony, you don't have many who die of like natural causes like old age or whatever. It's not semi-fast, 4 to 8 hours. Yeah, I probably won't name them then. Just because that means if we have even 20 people who want to have them renamed, it means doing that 80 times in the stream. So it'd be a whole thing. Yeah. Now if there's Twitch integration, I'd gladly turn it on. Let's see. Healthy colonists working at working age are able to fill any position, but how well they perform at certain position varies between colonists. Some buildings are more effective with workers with certain specialization. For example, scientists are the best workers in the research lab. Construct a research lab. If you want to give someone an authentic Mars experience, where they get 1 life per redeem, oh, then I gotta keep track, and that is not a thing that's gonna happen. Even if I wanted to, that is the thing I would spend the entire stream just trying to manage. That's, with the hot potato, I was really impressed that, so we raided into Bloody Drongo doing their hot potato segment yesterday, and he recorded, it was over 100 different things for, like, every possible donation amount from, like, 1 to 100, and then, you know, a couple ones past that, which is a lot. And, you know, people wanted to find them all, and so, you know, people were donating, but it's like a whole bunch of people in the community got together and made a spreadsheet just to track it.
Determination. The first founders have set foot on the Red Planet.
The next 10 souls will be full of difficulties and dangers, but also great promises and opportunities. It is now on us to prove that Mars is a doorway to greater riches in the future of human civilization. Even with most epic adventures begin with a single step. The arrival of additional colonists temporarily suspended until colony proves able to sustain human life. Your founder colonists must survive 10 souls before additional people can arrive. Hint, the colony will be evaluated positively before the period ends. In the event the first human is born on Mars, if you feel you're up to the challenge, try constructing a medical building and raising the comfort of the founders as much as possible with the service building. Sure, why not?
Work shifts, among other things, are a way to manage your workforce. The more shifts a building has open, the more colonists it will attract to work there.
Colonists don't like to work at night and will lose sanity while doing so. Furthermore, you may activate heavy workload option, which boosts performance of the building during that shift but inflicts sanity and health problems on workers due to the stress of their job. With the research lab, activate the second shift. So we can go here, the building. We can add a second shift.
Buildings with higher priority will be allocated workers, power, and maintenance before others.
On-site research is very important for long-term prosperity and survival of the colony, so let's prioritize it. Set the priority to high. Do we... Wait. What building just got set high to that? Oh! Okay.
With the research lab up and running, let's begin researching some technologies.
Okay, go to the research screen and queue up 3 technologies. Okay. So I got physics, we would be able to amplify our extractors. So I'm assuming ones that are question marks, I can't do anything with. And the ones that are these blue outlines, I can. So those ones are kind of the forced ones we're expected to do.
Congratulations. You have provided everything needed for a successful founder stage.
The founder stage takes 10 souls to complete. Be careful, if all your colonists die during this period, the mission will be terminated. Having a baby on Mars before the end of this period will complete the founder stage. This can happen if the comfort of the colonists is very high.
You have completed the tutorial for the founder stage.
And then the last one is multiple domes. We'll see if the multiple domes look like it's going to be a whole complicated thing. I'm assuming that you could just
Welcome
pipe
back,
between
Commander.
them.
In this tutorial, you will manage a larger colony that consists of multiple domes.
As you expand your base, you try to obtain various resources scattered around the map. You will inevitably end up with a colony and colonists with several domes. This tutorial will introduce a lot of the typical situations that you can expect to come up with a big colony.
Shuttles can transport resources and colonists across great distances.
The complex technology needed for a shuttle flying in the Martian atmosphere typically must be researched. For purposes of the tutorial, we have granted it to you. So we need to go over here. All right. Oh. I see. I do not see how to get rid of that. I was trying to click on that, but because I had the cable in my hand, it was putting down cable instead of doing that. Hey, Zoffer. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, the 20 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot that you support the channel this long. I'm too early into it to say anything one way or the other. I'm enjoying what so far, but I am in tutorial land. So I'm not far enough I feel comfortable giving a recommendation.
Shuttles, it's time to establish a mining dome.
Like, to be clear, I'm not comfortable enough, you know, saying don't get it or get it. Either way, like, I just have not played enough yet. Now the operational shell, it's time to establish mining drones. Colonists can work in some outside buildings placed close to their domes, such as extractors for metals and rare metals. Since colonists will be needed for the extraction of these underground deposits, it's a good practice to place the domes near such deposits, as is such the case in this simulation. Construct a rare metals extractor next to the rare metals deposit and connect it to your power grid. Okay. I also fully expect this to be one of those things that I spend the time just building all this and then we get like out of the tutorial land. Oh, I'm guessing the dome can be that part. It's fine. Well, we get out of the tutorial land, and I'm gonna go and probably need to just like not even relearn it. But because I'm just going through all these stages and it's telling me build it here, build it there, build it there, build it there, I do expect when we get to like actually starting our playthrough, there's going to be a little bit of fumbling going, okay, what's the next thing I need to do? Even though the game has told me, this isn't a format that generally doesn't stick well in your memory. Guess you need one more metal. I'm also willing to bet this is the kind of game where you end up having one attempt and then you accidentally kill everybody. And then it takes 2 or 3 attempts to get one going off the ground. I could see easy making mistakes like overspending your early time and not having the resources you need.
There are no colonists in the mining dome. We must provide living space for the colonists so they can move there.
Once you've provided a dome with living space, colonists from other domes will be able to resettle, provided that it is walkable distance or there is available shuttle. Construct the living complex inside the mining dome. Okay, living complex.
Don't forget to provide basic services for the citizens of your new dome.
I instinctively want to build a hydroponics. You did enjoy the original, even just the base game. It was lacking in some aspects here and there, and has absolutely probably been filled in with all the DLCs, which make it overwhelming. So that is a major concern you have. It may be overwhelming content, otherwise it looks fun so far. Yeah, no, I'm sure we haven't touched any DLC stuff or anything like that yet. But I'm willing to bet we'll get there.
You can set up filters for every dome to attract colonists with desired traits, and block or push out colonists with undesired ones.
Okay. So we can go here. We can filter by
Being near
traits.
a rare metals deposit, this dome is best suited as a mining hub. So it's best to encourage geologists to migrate here.
And because we want to make sure that the research dome gets all the available scientists, we should ban scientists from in there. Okay, so it's basically saying, hey, you got people with specializations. We want geologists. We do not... Oh, we want geologists. We do not want this one. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So geologist, yes. So wait, that's Colonists with more of the desired traits will be preferred to the dome. Side with any of the desired traits. I think that's right.
This dome has been designated for research purposes, so it's best to attract more colonists with the scientist specialization.
Okay, and because we want to make sure the mining dome gets all the available geologists, we should also ban them. So, scientists, yes. Geologists, no.
Colonists can migrate between domes using shuttles or walking when they are positioned close to one another. However, they cannot usually visit buildings in nearby domes on a daily basis unless they are connected to their own dome.
To demonstrate dome connections, we built, let's build a new dome near our research dome. Construct a dome at the expected location. Okay, so we can go here, dome, basic dome.
Heavy shuttle workload.
Oh, stop whining. I don't even know what to do about that. If you ever rename, like, say you vaguely recall renaming one of your domes Dimmadome when you played the original. Yeah. Faction likes a growing population is proof of vision, and you've built to welcome it. Yeah, imagine if there's certain stuff you do, it'll lead to certain things. And then my assumption is we connect a passage through there, and we probably have to, like, hook up other stuff for the air and water and all that. And it might be the passage works as that hookup. It could also be that we have to have a separate pipeline. The idea of living in a place and having a layer of glass or plexi or whatever the material is, and that's what's between me and death, and that's where you live 24/7, mildly terrifying. Even though, obviously it'd be multi-layered, you'd have like the whole thing where it'd be like glass, plastic layering, so even if, like, something smashes into it, it would be more prone to spireweb than fail and all that, and making it immensely durable and all that. Still, being like, yeah, I go out there and I die is pretty alarming. Pretty not cozy. Okay, so just got a little bit more concrete that brings along. And you have the shuttles are just moving people between the domes. And I'm assuming we'll make a tunnel between them. And then there'll probably be something else like you can assign supplies to domes or something like that, because we've already got people figured out.
Construct 2 farms in the new dome. They will be used as workplaces for the colonists in the old dome once the domes are connected.
Okay. Pretty much go out equals inevitable death. Enjoy your vacation stay. Yup.
Domes positioned closely to each other may be connected with passages.
Passages allowed colonists to travel safely to domes directly connected to their for seeking work, and yada yada. Alright, so basically colonists move between the domes, and for a lot of intents and purposes. Oh, I see. It actually goes inside the dome. I was thinking these areas would be. I see. So it is a separate thing that takes land in the dome to have like a tunnel entrance and exit. That's fine. And as I mentioned before, I am curious if we will need to separately connect the gas and power, or if the pipeline will facilitate that. Because I could see the pipeline effectively treating as if you're dealing with one dome, so far as like the resources. I could also see it not doing that. Which, don't spoil it, we'll figure it out here in just a minute. We're going to build this pipe, and then, you know, depending on how it works, we'll get our questions answered. And I'm sure with the tutorial, it'd be like, okay, well, the other dome is a death trap because there's no air or power, but, you know, they can go in there now, I guess. Okay.
Good job.
The 2 domes are now connected. Colonists from the first will start working on the newly built farms in the 3rd dome. The passage will also connect the 2 domes for power, water, and oxygen. That's what I kind of figured. Because it'd be a little annoying to have to sit there and have, like, you've got the tunnel, then you got your power, then you got your pipe to every single one of your domes you go to connect.
Some buildings can have upgrades that can improve them in various ways.
All upgrades will become available after specific technologies are researched and have construction cost. Furthermore, some upgrades will increase the resource consumption of a building. Research extractor amplification technology from the research screen. Okay, so you can go here. Research amplification. You've got your box over here. And apparently at a slight deficit of water. Yeah, so there's planetary view, politics view, and resupply are not available on the tutorial. Okay.
Warning, crop failure.
No edible food has been harvested.
No.
Congratulations. With the research complete, a new upgrade for your extractors is now available.
Select
It's
the
not automatically activated in your buildings.
select
You
the
must construct it first.
select the water extractor and select the indicate upgrade icon. Okay, so we got you. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So the upgrade icon, that's a weird upgrade icon. Oh, you click on, then you wait. Okay, that makes sense. It just wasn't highlighting in a way that seemed like I had made it function or whatever.
The upgrade has been constructed.
Let's see. Some upgrades will consume more power or water while active. After an upgrade has been constructed, it may be turned on and off with the same button it was used to construct.
The command center is a treasure trove of information about the colony.
It offers historical data of various colony metrics, as well as some overviews of domes. Buildings not. Build a command center and try it out. Oh, it's just here. Gotcha. So it gives you a whole bunch of things. Cool.
Congratulations, Commander. You have graduated from the International Mars Mission Training Simulation.
The team of the Mission Control is eager to meet you and serve under your command. The challenge of conquering Mars for the sake of humanity is still a tough one, and we've not bothered to resource you with any of the things you probably need or proper training. This is literally just a simulation we tossed together really quickly. But with the Commander as skillful and resourceful as insert name of candidate, the task seems a bit easier now. The colonization of Mars awaits. Good luck, Commander, and may the cosmos be with you. Note, we are not legally liable for anything you do and or say and or have done to you while you're on your efforts. All right, bear with me for just a moment before we actually get into this. I'm going to take 2 seconds because I need to get myself a drink and I forgot to grab a cup. And so my mouth's getting a little chapped. So I'm going to go ahead and run really fast, grab a cup, and I'll be back in just a second because I got to go downstairs and we'll get an actual round started. So I'll be back in 2 seconds, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay. Just filling my drink, and that'll be good to go. To start for real, and probably killing our first round of colonists because, honestly, I did the tutorial, and my immediate thought is, okay, the things I learned that I feel will stick is just the, like, you can connect the pipes and the power and all that. And that there are some basic mechanics. But, like, you know, you need to build building X, Y, or Z. I don't expect any of that to remember. Because with their navigation having so many submenus, it is one of those things that it's hard to tell. Alright, so we have a mission sponsor that we get to choose. So we've got International Mars Mission. So I'm questioning if I click in these. Gotcha. So there's a challenge rating. Okay, and it keeps going up. I see. So I probably want to do the first one. This is our first time playing. So we got International Mars Mission, where basically we get $300 million or $300,000 million? Unless it's Martian dollars? I really don't know what the M is in this context. But 30,000 units of currency. We get 4 rockets, 200 starting applicants, 300 research from Sol. Hey Joe, how's it going? We have rare metals price, 25M. I'm assuming that's million. Effects Zeus rocket, increased rocket payload. Advanced Sterling generator, generates power that can be protect from cold waves. Colonists never get Earthsick. Okay, I'm mixing this one because it does feel like it's just going to turn off some mechanics. Because like they were like, oh, you got to watch out for that Earthsick mechanic. Food supply from passenger rockets increased to be 10-fold. Rockets synthesize fuel. Oh, rockets synthesize their own fuel? Start with the self... Okay, I don't think I want to do that one. Because it feels like this one just gives you a bunch of stuff. So we've got the USA, Zeus rocket, increased payload, advanced orbital probe, scans 5 sectors, mega mall, service building that satisfies most interest. Okay, so that one doesn't seem bad. Let's see. Effects RC Harvester, Transport Rover can harvest concrete and regolith. Corporate office employs workers and generates funds. Can spend funding to attract more applicants. Additional rockets significantly cheaper. Probes can discover deep, rare minerals. Yes, all these, they increase the challenge, supposedly. And I think it's the number of rockets are a big one. Yeah, so apparently Japan... Oh, actually, no. Is Russia the hardest one? Yeah, so Russia, you only get 2 rockets and 5,000 million with 100 applicants and 200 sol and 22 million for things. It converts into billions on the regular play screen. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. It's like, that's a weird way of doing it. RC Drill, a special rover that can extract resources from underground deposits but waste some of the deposit. Gotcha. Yeah, so... looking at all these ones, let's see, some are easier and some are harder, in addition to changing the flavor, yeah. Well, that's what I was saying, is like, it looks like the International Mars is, you know, genuinely meant for your first time playing, but the game literally was like, here's how you make fuel and here's how this one. With the rockets synthesizing their own fuel, that feels very cheesy in its own right, like how they could just skip fuel. And then, let's see. Did we finish the news tower? Is there more in that game? So I finished some of the main objectives in News Tower. We did complete the Mafia story, and we did eliminate one of the competitors. There's still definitely more I could do, but I have been playing that for 5 streams now. And a game like that can be tricky to play long term. And there's a bunch of other games coming out, so it felt like a good point to be like, hey, let's check out the next game. Because we did technically get 2 of the endings, which it's just you hit 5 years. When I say ending, it's not a true ending. It's just like you accomplish the thing, you can, you know, submit your score to the leaderboards, but you get to keep playing. So we did that, which was reaching 5 years, and we got another one for the defeating the competitor. Both of those let me submit a score. So yeah, so looking at these from my initial perspective, is the International Mars mission seems like it is the very easy, here's your training wheels one, which is fine. I think it's good to have that. But it's the fact that disables game mechanics, that gets rid of Earthsick as a mechanic entirely, and that the rocket synthesizes its own fuel, and it gives me a bunch of prefab stuff. So yeah, it is one of those things that it does feel like this one... Oh my god, just go? Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and take an extra 20 minutes before we start anything. Because seriously, man. a lot of people, this is one of the big draws of the channel, is that I actually do discuss, like, my thought process going into each other and why I go into stuff. But yeah. So the point being, I'm thinking US, because of the US. Like I said, this one disables mechanics, and I don't want that much. But the US feels like all the mechanics are there, but it's as easy as you're going to get with all the mechanics being present. So like the funding is like a third of what it is. We get one less rockets, half as many people, same amount of research, same amount of metal. We still get the Zeus rocket, all that kind of stuff. Space-Y, yeah, they're probably terrible. Okay. Commander profile. So, the seeds import cost reduced for geoengineer. Prefab's a thing. Space miner. Asteroid lander resupply is cheaper. A spelunker. Colonists gain sanity while underground instead of losing sanity. You got transport tycoon. Transport costs are halved. You think the church was among the hardest? You didn't even consider it. Yeah, no, I looked at some of the ones that are pretty wild. City mayor, we get extra starting funds. Buildings require upkeep less often. Bonus technologies, let's see. Building costs in metals and concrete reduced. So that, alright, so this one's designed forestation. So a chance of getting like nicer forests. We get micro G auto walkers and all. I don't know what that is. There are underground domes. Okay, you got transport tycoon, larger stations. City mirror basically gets a thing that reduces upkeep. We got autonomous hubs. Drone hubs no longer require power or maintenance. Drones are gradually optimized to work and construct faster until Sol 100. We have oligarch. Which just gets a really fancy home and better fuel production. We've got Hydra Engineer, has water reclamation, which reduces water consumption. This increases... the doctor increases the birth rates and all that. We have the psychologist, which gives us more sanity when they're staying at home. And we can get a behavioral shaping, unlocks sanatorium spire, which treats colonist flaw. Oh good, so we can slowly change people's psychology. We have the CEO, which increases our funding and allows us to get tech grants for funding. We got a politician, which gives us higher approval with everyone, and laws upkeeps are reduced. We have Futurist, which has autonomous centers that towers no longer require power or maintenance. We have Ecologist, which has hanging gardens, which improves residence in the dome. Yeah, and I'm going to have to ask you to please keep it in English. I do have an obligation to moderate, and if I don't understand, you know, I can't tell if you're saying something good, bad, or otherwise. It is just the reality on Twitch that there is a TOS obligation to moderate your channels. Okay, we could start with a rare deposit revealed. We get deep scan, which allows us to scan sectors for that. We have the rocket scientist, which gets CO2 jet propulsion. Alright, so we have no real idea about any of these. The city mayor seems like a straightforward, easy one, the fact that it's just upkeep. Random could be interesting, because I didn't see any of these that were like, this is actively terrible. And I don't know enough about... Oh, they have like a challenge on here. I see. So what was the one that's... Yeah, so City of the Mayor, that was the one, that's the one, like I said, it literally just reduces upkeep and gives us extra money. So, not a super thing. Yeah, you can, you know, delete the message. It's a shame there's no gaming going on. Random might not be a bad idea if you're not leaning towards any of them. Yeah, no, the fact that makes me a little concerned is they have a challenge rating. And so they put the Hydro Engineer as the highest one. It is weird. that the Hydra Engineer is the highest difficulty one. Because it would just be reduced water cost. It's weird. I'm gonna random it. I don't know. Mystery storyline. So we have no mystery storyline. We've got a whole bunch of these. Did that. Okay, we got Project Utopia as the founding faction. Okay. So, we have Enlightened Initiative. This is our DNA. We must do better. So, these all just have flavor text. They might impact things more than I realize. Let's see. Our Creator's infinite wisdom allowed us to reach the planet. It is our purpose to make the Ark bless the universe and his perfect gift to humanity. From the new Ark. Project Utopia. Look at it how you will. From a naturalist perspective, the society perspective, from a philosophical perspective, the result is still the same. We are all equal, and it is our duty to give every man, woman, child opportunities they deserve to best lives. Green Mars Coalition. Making Eden a reality is not just a dream, it is an utmost goal for this planet. If we do not leave it greener, we do not spread beautiful life across it. So that's the terraform Mars. Martians first. We fought, we struggled, we survived. And for what? So that a bunch of Earthlings can come dictate our fate? Those fools do not understand that you must first earn your place on this planet. From I Am Martian. So basically, Mars independence. Workers from Mars rejoice in the future of the planet, the collective rights. Yeah, so, got all that. Dominion of Mars. The politics of Earth and Mars are two very different beasts, and we must not even for the second consider the solutions working on Earth will work on Mars. A small society does not elaborate politics. It needs to shift with reality, so that's, again, independence from Mars. One's aggressive independence, the other is, like, isolationist independence. The other one's just independence. There were dark ages, and then there was modern economy. If not for the funds and the materials provided, would we even have a colony? First, we must focus on profits if we want to get anything done. Cool. The capitalistic Martian colony. It is our DNA. We must be better. This imperative binds us to improve ourselves. Yeah, no, at this point, 10-minute timeout on Beguile. Like, very, very genuinely, like, I'm telling you, first time playing, I'm literally learning the game, I don't know what any of this stuff means, and there's only one way to find out, and that's to read it and do all that. If you're looking for something that instantly takes you to the gameplay, there's an easy place you can find that. Yeah, that'll do. I got it. You know, you can easily find that. There's this place called YouTube, where you can ignore all the discussion about that and just watch instant gameplay. If you want that, that's fine. But yeah. It detracts from his and everyone's available energy, and spoons a lot to have to translate. And research if some can have hate speech meaning. Yeah. But yeah, not just a thing. Like, multiple times we said, hey, I'm going through this. This is actually what my audience tends to prefer, is they do prevent, like, there was a discussion about me looking into the game and actually talking about what I'm thinking about and figuring all that stuff out. We hop into the game, and as we play, I'm like, hey, this is why I'm doing this. This is why I think this is a good idea, even if it's not. Like I said, if you just want to see gameplay for a game, there's a thing called YouTube. You can jump in, pop into gameplay, instantaneously see what's going on. If you're looking for live content, you might be able to find people. I don't think you'll actually find many people in the category for Surviving Mars that do, like, right into the game kind of thing, unfortunately. But yeah, so that's what I offer. It's literally what I promote my channel for. But you got asked a couple times, that's why you got your timeout. And if you pop back in and immediately jump back on it, you'll be gone. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. No, it's like everyone's on the same page there, but yeah. So, of the ones here, like, these two here I can get behind. Like, the Dominion on Mars being like, hey, you know, we have different things, that's fine. Like, Dominion on Mars I can get on board with, the Workers Collective I can get on board with, Green Mars I can get on board with, Project Utopia. The Church of Newark feels weird. The Martian First isolationist kind of thing feels weird. The let's go super capitalistic Mars feels weird. The Enlightened Initiative, that's fine. Like, this doesn't bother me, that's fine. Oh, Equal Society is better, not as equal. Nah, that one's bad. But yeah, so we'll stick with the Project Utopia, because I'm a little worried with the random getting something that people warned me that some of these are harder than the others. Interestingly, that doesn't seem to change any of the difficulty, so it might be just flavor stuff. It's been a long time since you played, but you thought the church one was weird too. Yeah, but I mean, that's just different people's different things. Rival colonies. There's 3 random, I can just leave it be. You think the most of it sounds like independent Mars? Well, that would be the 2 thing, is like you have Dominion, so there's 2 independent Mars. There's Martian First, and then there's Dominion of Mars. Dominion of Mars sounds like you are going to work with between Mars and Earth, but like you're like, hey, we are our own independent things. And then Martian First is very being like, F those people back home. They don't know what it's like being here. It's also just rude to boss stream around. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. That was the reason, like I said, we jumped to the timeout. And the person will either learn, or they won't. And if they don't, then they're gone. So, the colony name, so we'll get that going. And then the colony logo. I mean, don't panic is a really good colony logo. Of the one there is I'm very much leaning towards Don't Panic, which I'm willing to bet is like 90% of people. Display hint, sure. So colony name, mostly ethical frontiers. I don't know. Mostly ethical frontiers, also think. Yep, and this game, Paradox in general, don't really tell you how these things by themselves. Once you play, you expect the average player to go out of their way to read stuff. At least the game. Oh yeah, and it's also, Paradox is pretty notorious for, there's a lot of times when you play their games that they just don't teach you stuff. The only way to learn is to be like, okay, here's this new building. What the hell do you do? And then read through it. And then sometimes the description will actually be right. Okay, mostly ethical frontier. Sure, because I wasn't allowed to pluralize it due to character limits. Alright, so we got all that. Okay, so I have no context as to what I actually need, so I'm going to take the default offerings. So rename Minotaur 1. Minotaur 1. My brain was trying to think of, like, a name for first or whatever. Oh! What's the word, the guy in mythology who goes in the river Styx, who has his boat, and he ferries souls across the way. What's that name? I'm blanking on the name. Charon, that's the one. There we go. It's a perfect name for our rocket. Okay. So we've got Chimera Alpha. Alright, so we've got this one here, relatively flat, extremely cold, pretty high altitude, I assume. There's lots of concrete, water, a little bit of metal, dust devils, dust storms, meteors, and cold waves. That still has just as much bad, but a very steep topography. It actually has better resources, but it's even more challenging probably because of the steep. We have this one that's relatively flat, really good resources, only a little bit of threats. This one also, again, kind of... So the only difference between those two is a little bit of metals. Okay, so just kind of getting an idea of the different ones we have here. And so I have no real context on a lot of this stuff. I could get that. So this is, so we have Ellipsium Beta and Magnifier Alpha RR2. So that one's -1C. Okay, I think we'll just go for the one that is like... And then we can also choose random colony sites. So what I don't know is why... So if I can choose literally anywhere I want on the map. It is just a curiosity. They've got the actual site. Okay, so some of them have names to them, some of them don't. That's interesting. I'm just seeing, like, some of the data here to kind of get an idea. But it looks like you can get up to around 300% challenge based on where you go if it's like a truly awful place. And then 135 was kind of the minimum. America, the name are actual places on Mars. Gotcha. That's what I was kind of figuring. Is like, are those designed places? So I could choose a place like this, so it's not one of the pre-designed places or whatever. It is interesting that the temperature doesn't seem to change the difficulty that much. I shouldn't have clicked away. There we go. 140%. That's 5% more difficult than the absolute minimum we've seen. Basically the same stuff, but it is one of the not pre-allocated places. And I wonder what the custom does. Okay, so custom just means I can manually enter the coordinates. Okay, cool. So we will have a slightly higher rate of meteors than the other disasters. We'll have plenty of metals, pretty good concrete, pretty good water, relatively flat. I don't know if the altitude means anything, and the mean temperature probably has implications, but we don't know these things. We're going to figure it out as we go. Oh yeah. To be clear,
Welcome to Mars.
Yeah, to be clear, when we start, we have drones, and later on we bring people. Let's see. Everyone at Mission Control is impatient to see the rocket touching down and unloading its precious cargo. Our remotely controlled eyes and hands on the red planet. The drones and rovers, our goal is to secure a foothold for humanity by building the first Martian dome. This is a daunting endeavor that allowed brave pioneers, the founders, to settle on Mars and prove that colony is sustainable. But then we have to make sure the colony is enough to construct goods for water, oxygen, power. Our sponsor is the US government, and the profile is a transport tycoon. Okay. So we need to decide where we're going to build. And sector, that's the only sector we have scanned, so I assume we start down here. Picking a landing thing. Ideally, your location should be in a large, flat area already discovered with resources deposits. Okay. So I've got some metal there. And I've got concrete over there. And I've got a deep metal thing there. And I don't know what the key means, but we got a key. We got rare metals there, so we'll plunk ourselves down here. Okay, we also have to figure out our first technologies. So we are researching engineering, and I actually don't have the choice. Oh, okay. So we've got engineering being researched. We started with large stations. So robotics. So drone swarm. Drone hubs are constructed with additional 2 drones with a maximum number of drones increased by 80. Okay, we can... Probes are cheaper and can deep scan. A low fungi. New building, fungal farm. An outdome place that produces food. Social. More applicants will start to appear on Earth. Building TV studio workstation. Okay, so we can get more people. Build an elevator that connects Martian surface to the Martian underground to transport resources, vehicles, and prefab. Those who go beneath the surface do so at their own peril. Terraforming. New resource seeds will be used to plant vegetation on Mars that can be brought from Earth and grown in farms and hydroponic. New building forestation plant plants vegetation around itself at the cost of seeds. Increase local soil quality to improve vegetation. And these are all kind of all over the place. I'm going to choose the terraforming as the first empty slot. We'll have the underground as the second. We'll do the fungal farm as the third. Adapted probes, this one, and that's our whole queue. Do I know if any of these are good? No. No, I do not. Actually, one second, before we unpause. I do have to queue... Okay. So engineering is already in progress. So we will toggle that one first, then the terraforming, then the underground, then the biotech, and then the deep scan. Alright. So we got the initial research stuff there.
A rocket has arrived.
Okay, so we got the rocket. New anomalies found. Use... Oh, this is an anomaly. Okay, so you... start exploring that. We have the commander that's got its drones. So, we're going to need to deal with that. And then we've got you. So right now, you are my resource collection. So go get the stuff there. So first things we're going to probably need to do is get our very, very basic things set up. I am going to need a place to have my universal depot for everything to be dumped on. So there's that. Let's see. Yeah, basically what I meant when you're mentioning that it costs research if something can have hate speech meaning another language. Yeah. And like with English, automod, it can be overzealous, but at least usually grab stuff that's a problem. But at the same time, you know, sometimes it's a little overzealous. Okay, so drop the drone there. Because it says I already have a drone hub in my inventory. We have 2 power plants. So you start with putting those here. You'll connect those with cable. And we do have a fuel refinery. And we're going to need water. We don't have a moisture vaporator yet. We're nowhere near the domes. I'm basically checking for the things they gave us in advance.
Anomaly found.
Let's shift you over here. So I've got the metals under here. We will want the concrete. So
A building has stopped working.
The colony of Russia is going to complete the following milestone soon. Find water on Mars. We still have some time to get there first. 2 sols, 8 hours. The next thing we want to go into is we got our production stuff. We got our concrete extractor. So I've got you. We'll need to connect the power over here. I'll need to go over here to our storage. A place to dump the remnants. Have a depot for metal. A depot for concrete. Okay, so little by little we're getting everything online. Yeah, no
Milestone completed.
All right, so multi-language things. So we got 250 research from that. And we look here. That unlocked fuel compression engineering, which increases the space by 10,000 that the Rocket King thing. And advanced Martian engines, rockets and shuttles require less fuel. We're gonna leave that alone for right now. Oh. Okay, so we got, like, things to get score, launch a rocket from Mars, all these kind of things. Those are going to start getting us concrete. Okay, so what else can we get going? Let's see here. So, we have the recharging station. We'll want to build one of those. The game specifically is like, yo, don't forget to build a recharge station. We'll want a sensor tower to scan for stuff in the area. But we are going to want to pretty early on figure out producing the fuel. And where was that? This one is like over here. So for the fuel... Oh yeah, the fuel refinery, which requires power and water. And we don't see a water source nearby. I believe... Okay, so you are scanning. So meanwhile, they're starting to get all this stuff built. Cool. So you're going to be a low priority one. You'll be high priority. Yeah, so you're starting to scan those. Alright, so we don't know where we could find water yet. So underground, rare metals deposit. Underground deposit, metals. I'm assuming if the Explorer gets close enough to anything interesting, we'll get some kind of reading.
Sector scanned.
Okay, we got our first sector scanned. There's a whole lot of bumpkus in it from the looks of it. Okay. So we got the RC commander. Alright. So we got the cargo rocket. So you're fully emptied. And I'm not sure if that's doing anything by having me drive that around. Yeah, so we're scanning the sectors immediately around us. Is working our way out. And we also have the advanced probes.
Milestone completed. Sector scanned.
Okay. So with that, we got some goodies. So you'll scan that anomaly. You'll scan this anomaly. And then you scan that anomaly. Okay, so I've got water down here. It's not very convenient, but it is something. So what we're gonna need to do is I'm gonna need to get over there and get that hooked up. So you're going to be my water extraction. As soon as I remember where that is, I think it's on a leaf. Oh, right, we have the moisture vaporator. Right, we have the moisture vaporator. Ah, that requires technology I don't have. That's fine. Too far from drone commander. That's fine. So we got you built over here. Meanwhile, you can drop your junk off here.
Anomaly found.
Okay, we got our anomalies going. Meanwhile, keep that all going. Okay. The drone commander is going to go over there and do their whole thing. Meanwhile, what do I need to build you? To build you, I need machine parts and concrete. So grab the machine parts. And the concrete. Okay. And drop that there. Because then we'll try and get the next thing up and running. Yeah, no, I did the scan thing. The satellite probe looking thing next to the transport rover icon. Yeah, no, I did on, I don't even remember which one. I was out here, I think. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We found the advanced probes and we used them. So you're gonna drop off materials for them to get to work.
Sector scan.
Meanwhile, where's the next? Got some more materials over there. So you're gonna start building that. We can go ahead. So launch from there. So we found stuff on Sol, or found stuff on the planet. So next thing we want to do is that's our water pump. We're going to want a water tower. And then we'll probably want to go over here and get a fuel refinery. So that'll be all that stuff. Yeah, and this honestly doesn't need to be a long-term operation over there. Because you can get our water down here. You're working on all that. Because basically what I'm trying to consider right now is going around. Is this the Explorer? Okay, so Explorer is doing its stuff and analyzing that. So we've got our water over here, and right now it's just pulling up concrete over there, and there's metals over there. So I imagine this is where I'm going to actually want a bunch of my stuff. So what we might actually do here is grab a route, load everything, and then unload it over here.
A building has stopped working.
Yeah, that's fine. And unfortunately, I did build that all the way over there, which is a bit of a bummer.
Research complete.
Okay, so we finished our first research, which I don't even remember what was. Okay, so our first research was low G high rises. That's fine. We just already had some of that to begin with. Decommission protocol, which lets us get salvaged buildings. We've got extra carry weight and all that. I'm going to focus on this stuff. Yeah, let's go for the extra drones and all that. Yeah, so we're going to need power. And like I said, the problem is I put my generators over here, and I can't just pick up and move my generator. That'll be a whole thing. So the choices I have is, one, we can look at what it takes to get another generator up. So you just require metal, and you require more maintenance than that. So honestly with this, we'll probably go ahead and focus on some of this stuff. So we got you here. We can run the power through there. And we'll need to do more with the solar and get accumulators and all that later. But right now I just need to get functioning at all.
Heavy drone workload.
Oh, hey. We got drones grabbing the metals down there. And what's your range here? Alright, so we'd end up needing another drone controller over here to expand the drones getting to this range. Okay, so we got you. So an accumulator requires polymer. What? Dig deep. One of your sponsors' scientists just reanalyzed the scanned data and found traces of resource deposits that you didn't know existed. The data seems correct, but our equipment hasn't calibrated to detect the sites. You congratulate the colleague back on Earth for the discovery and decide on a farther course of action. You have discovered several new deposits near your colony. Not an astrologist, correct the search patterns, gain a discount on deep scanning technology, improve the drilling technology, reveal the deep water extraction and deep mineral extraction techs, immediately exploit the new deposit, additional resources in all new deposits. Okay. Let's get the tech.
Planetary anomaly analyzed.
So we got new technologies. Alright, so now what I was saying is, right now, that solar panel only runs during part of the day. Generates power, increasing production during dust storms and at high elevations. So 0 elevation boost, and we can get a tiny bit of elevation boost. I think in this particular case, I'm going to scoot you over here. So we have some power production at day and night. We're going to want to have storage over here. And we can have a fuel depot. Which will help with all that.
Heavy drone workload. Council session open.
The Earth Council is ready to convene its first time. It made up from the founding faction and most important sponsors that will govern the future of Mars. The initial council members are Project Utopia, 10 seats, US 4 seats, Russia 2 seats, Europe 2 seats, Brazil 2 seats. The Earth Council will disband when the colony has created its own assembly. Take me there? In the politics screen, you can see the active factions and how they are distributed in the Earth Council, or later, the Martian Assembly. The current political tension, you can see the likes and dislikes and form their approval by rolling over their faction names. You can also prepare and enact laws by selecting the Choose Law. You can open the build menu, that's fine. So right now, Project Utopia is content. The US is also content. Russia is happy, and Europe is content. So Europe will like if we build sensor towers and we research an ecology law. Russia will like if we build extractors, concrete extractors, and fuel refineries. The US would like it if I build sensor towers, and Utopia will like it if we launch the SETI Satellite Special Project, build a Martian university. One of these has much more difficult things. The session is open for one sol. There's 20 seats, and like I said, I'm assuming we're with the US. That we have 4 seats, Utopia has 10. Factions are content. There is no risk of political crisis. Select a law to prepare. You can boost and specialize your colony by enacting different laws. Laws must first be prepared before they can be voted on and acted on. The first law, each law category, is already prepared. Some laws have multiple options, and only one of them may be selected. Tilt a vote in your favor. You can negotiate with factions opposing the law. So Founder Stage. The Founder Stage is skipped, and the colony is considered ready for more colonists. This law is prepared and enacted. Sponsor relations. Additional rewards for reaching milestones. Economy and industry. The production of extractors increased at the expense of increased waste rock output. We have research and ecology. Sponsor research is increased. This law is prepared and it can be enacted through vote. Sponsor research. Oh, more research from the sponsors. Tech deregulation. Additional positive effects from sensor towers. Extra scanning, navigation, research station, soil improvement. This law is prepared, can be enacted. Society, crowded living, residential buildings have increased capacity. Permits and efficiency. Unlock the settings of birth restrictions. I don't know any of this stuff. Can I choose to just utterly ignore it? Because I don't know what the heck's even going on. So I'm going to just let them do what they're going to do.
Scanned.
Air production. Oxygen can be extracted from the atmosphere by Moxie. Since it's crucial for surviving in your colony, an oxygen tank for storage is highly recommended to support building. We're not ready for that. I'm still working on the previous things because we are relatively new to the game, and it's going to take me a little while. So meanwhile, my hope here is I can plunk down a pipe there, and it hooks up all 3 of those buildings. And that gets fuel production online. So with that, the next thing we are going to want to do is to get air production, which I'm sure I'm going to need more power than what we see down there. So let's go here. Moxie. Yeah, so you can put it here and it won't complain. We got a water tank. Oh, and then an oxygen tank.
A building has stopped working. 'Building. 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 'Building.
Okay, so we got a little bit more piping we got to do. And then I'm going to need more power. Breakthroughs. The subsurface anomaly yielded a trove of scientific data. Choose one breakthrough. Service spots. Service buildings no longer require workers and operate at 100% performance. Superior cable. Instant free power cable construction. Cables don't suffer from faults. Multi-spiral architecture. New buildings, oval dome, with space for 2 spires. Okay. So, without having the information, this is a convenience one. This one just, you know, really is nice for, like, running cable everywhere. This one feels like it's more like your chase thing, that we're going to get some, like, really cool things in the buildings. I'm going to go for the long term
discovered.
and just hope things work out. And if they do, great. If not, well, not great, I guess. Okay, so you got your pipe underway. Where did you go? There we go. So that'll have that connected. We want an oxygen tank. And I'm assuming I really don't want these that bunched up. I have a feeling there's a reason to not do that. Also, you know, there's going to be only one way to find out. So dust contamination. Plunk you down here. And that'll have the oxygen going, and we're going to need more power. We do not have enough. Grab the cables. So, there is no running it underneath the buildings. I kind of figured that wasn't going to be the case.
Sector scan.
Okay, so now let's not build it there, because I can't quite get that to work. We're going to need batteries, well, accumulators, whatever they call them. Alright, so keep scanning the sectors. Domes. Domes are yeah, I'm already aware of that. So we're getting our oxygen online, we're getting our water online. That's all coming along nicely. So we're gonna be able to get a bunch of that stuff moving. There's our fuel depot. So a couple things we're going to need. Looks like the solar links to itself. Oh, you know what? You're right. It looks like our power plants might link to themselves. That's convenient. Okay. So, before we go and get that, I need a second controller for my drones. Oh, you need prefab parts for this building. Gotcha.
A building has stopped working.
Yep, because our solar went out. We definitely need at least an accumulator. Okay, we'll put an accumulator back here. Okay, you all hauling stuff, you're all loading materials. You're working on all that. Gotcha, good to hear, Darth. Glad you're getting your more functional place.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll deal with that later. Part of me wants us to connect these two power grids. Yeah, that'd probably be a huge waste of resources. Faction opportunity. Complete the following tasks to increase your approval. Build a dome. Okay. So we can start that process. A self-sufficient dome, so we can get a basic dome. We will need to stabilize our power way more than I have. There's the power line. Now we're going to go ahead and need the pipe. And there's the pipe. We're also going to need to go down here real fast. Put a second accumulator here. You see how that does. Yeah, so kind of regretting building that over there. That's fine. It's where it is. That's not going to change. Isn't there any metal near a dome possible to get colonist work? Isn't there any metal or anything near a dome? There's not right here. We do have metal and all that up here. Like, there's gonna be figuring out. Again, this is literally my first time playing. So you're like, why are you doing that thing that makes no sense? The most likely answer is because I don't know any better. So we'll be learning as we go. So expect me to do some dumb stuff that gets us killed? That's fine. That is how we learn the game. But right now I'm just trying to get a dome online of any kind. Oh yeah, no, literally I'm not asking as a deliberate decision. Because, yep. We will learn it. I got a little bit of things there.
Sector scanned.
Okay, so we got another one there, and we'll just keep scanning. Alright. Yep, nah, but like I said, a big part of this for me is learning the game. And so very genuinely, it is a major point for me that, you know, to make mistakes and all that sort of stuff. Because it does seem like they gave us a bunch of resources here, but then to find water.
Insufficient resources.
I went over there, but that's because I forgot that you have the vaporator or whatever. But that said, I didn't bring one with me. It looks like that's like a prefab building. So I probably could have them bring it to me on the rocket, which might be something we do in the future if we like die on this attempt. I might go and then, you know, have them send me the moisture vaporator just because it's convenient. We got ourselves a water extraction point. And getting your colony to perish is very good content. Yes. Okay, so we're just waiting on more concrete. What are you bringing? You're basically bringing concrete is what you're doing.
Insufficient resources.
We should also go over here. So we get a universal deposit. Get a concrete deposit. metals deposit,
Research complete.
and a rare metals deposit. Terraforming hint. Global parameter vegetation. The vegetation parameter represents the spreading of diverse vegetation and bacterial life on the planetary scale. It improves and boosts local vegetation growth speed and spread. Vegetation is increased by working forestation plants and by completing special projects. Okay. Martian vegetation research. Congratulations on your successfully made your first step toward turning Mars into a lush green haven. You have unlocked the seeds resource that can be imported from Earth. Seeds are stored in specialized storages that are used for forestation plants and open farms. For planting vegetation outside domes, most plants require some terraforming progress to be made. Check out the atmosphere, temperature, surface, water, vegetation, things of view. Improving the terraforming parameters will improve productivity of some buildings, decrease the severity of disasters, and ultimately may render Mars lush, breathable, and covered with liquid water. Terraforming hint. Seeds are now available. Seeds are a resource which can be improve the local soil quality and the global vegetation parameter. Import seeds from Earth to grow them in farms. Increase the soil quality, temperature, and water parameters to allow local vegetation to grow in your sector. Farther terraforming is available in the Cyclopedia. Cool. So with that, we have Explorer AI. Generate 100 science per soul for each Explorer vehicle. Multiple vehicles are lost in collaborative loss. Okay, so we just get free research on them. Drones and robotics move faster. Breakthrough. New dome, oval dome, elongated dome with space for 2. I will choose that even though it is extremely expensive, because we don't know any better. Okay, so we gotta change your route. Tell you to load resources here, anything you can, and unload resources here. So that at least puts them in storage versus dumping them all on the ground. It is very expensive. I saw that. I did see it was like 100 polymers and all that. Yeah, and you're just literally just waiting on concrete. The colony of Europe is going to research the research breakthrough. You have 3 souls until they do that. Oh, I guess. Yeah, putting a dumping location back there. Okay, well, they're moving stuff as best they can. And bring that over here to get this done. Meanwhile, we're getting all this produced.
Sector scan.
Okay, new anomaly detected. Where? Oh, there it is. Terraforming hint. Terraforming builds are now available. Construct them to consume seeds. Each affect the local soil quality and vegetation to increase the 4 global parameters: atmosphere, temperature, water, and vegetation. Check the terraforming buildings for more information. Yeah, so we can go to decorations. Where's terraforming? It's probably under here. Terraforming. Yeah, so it's probably not worth building unless the temperature is not horrific. Okay. So we're getting the last of the concrete in here for the dome. And they'll figure out the next thing. And it might end up being a thing that this becomes a research dome because I don't know what I'm doing. Because I see the underground ones. They had underground water right here that we didn't see at the time. Like that we discovered right after I discovered this one. So this would have been a perfect place for a dome where I've got underground rare metals and water and all that, but we've already started building, so it's too little too late. But that's okay, because we can just get more domes and pipe them together and all sorts of nonsense. Because we can have a dome that's like... We can have a dome that literally its job is it's a food producer. One of your buildings has had a malfunction. Malfunction will be caused by a lack of maintenance, resources, or environmental hazards. They're repaired by drones if the required materials are nearby.
Council session open.
I don't care. Funding received. Cool.
Milestone completed.
Built a dome. Cool. So we received a bunch of research things for that. So we've got our first thing. We would need to go into here. Alright, so we've got our cheap living complexes. And it'd be nice to do the research lab, but do I have the circuit? I do have the circuit boards. We'll build those. And it made it a big point to be like, yo, you need the space bar. Oh, there's a small space bar. Interesting, when we were doing the tutorial, it was like space bar is always a giant building. We got a small grocer. I see. But we do need food production. Let's figure out where that's hiding again. We get a hydroponic farm. There's the hydroponic farm. And so with that... Relaxation, drinking and social. Dining, food, and social. Ah, I see. Then there's a big one. I understand. And then you want the grocer, which is a small grocer and then a bigger grocer. Okay, so that's going to take us a hot minute to get that all going. We would need more metal and all that stuff.
Funding received.
Meanwhile, we check on our research. We have all those queued up, that's fine. What is this? Analyze 5 anomalies, research 10 technologies, generate a bunch of research per soul, research 5 breakthroughs, deep scan 30 sectors. Okay. They're trying to get the basics set up for long term. I can have our people mine stuff, and then what we'll eventually do is get ourselves other domes. Fuel refinery, you're a low priority. At this point, the water and air will be a high priority. You can probably fuel the rocket and send it off. We can. So I'll have this one drop it off. So how are you liking this game so far? Seems a lot of negative reviews in Steam right now. I'm enjoying it. The big reason you have the negative reviews is they had Surviving Mars with all its DLC, and this is a re-release of that where they've updated the engine, included all the DLC, and then added a little bit on top of it. And so for a lot of people who paid their money to buy the base game and all that kind of stuff, very understandably they're upset that that game did not get the updates that they felt it should. And honestly, very reasonably, probably are well deserved to feel it should. And as a result, it's kind of really hurt people's perception that it feels like, you know, just a money grab. I've mentioned a couple times on stream, just from someone who's worked in software dev and all that, my guess is because it changed hands from going from like because it went from the old devs to newer devs that took over it, and then it went back to the old devs. My guess is that middle group had some type of licensing agreement, terms, contract, whatever, that really made it so they couldn't just pick up where they left off. So they did have to do like a re-release, but they could have given it to people for free or whatever. Let's see, drones work faster on landscaping projects, self-sufficient lighting, which means we have lights that don't require the grid, productivity training, engineers and all that perform better when working in their specialty. Generate research for free, we'll get that one. So it's not being mostly criticized for the game itself, outside of some bugginess. It's mostly being criticized because very genuinely they sold the game with the DLC and all that. And then kinda that says, kind of hard to justify giving away for free since a good chunk of the potential player base already bought the original. Yeah, no, it's one of those things I feel like there wasn't going to be a winning situation there. But yeah, so that's what most of the negative feedback is pretty much around the idea of, like, you know, making you rebuy the game you already bought kind of thing, which again is fair criticism. So if we drop the fuel here, they should load it up into the rocket.
Warning, insufficient resources.
I want you to drop it. Oh, I mean, they're doing it now. If I were thinking about starting the project, I would have said it'd have been smarter to aim for a sequel instead. Yeah, I mean, the catch is they wanted to keep expanding on the game without it being a proper sequel, and I do feel like if they had just, you know, stuck like a Surviving Mars 2 and like gave it, you know, a polish up without a rework, I do think people would have been even more upset about that. So it's kind of one of those things that's like,
insufficient resources.
Do we, like, where does this get settled? Yeah, so you're still moving all the stuff around. I need to get an actual drone controller over here.
A building has stopped working.
That's fine. We don't have our first colonist here, that's a-okay. You played the original on console without a DLC and I was hoping it gets a sale this week. You might get it. Yeah, no, they do have it like on Steam. If you own the original, you get 50% off the sequel, which is kind of the thing for me, because I didn't have any of the DLC. I just had the base game because I think I had gotten it. I can't remember if I received it or not. But because I already owned it, I was able to get 50% off, and it was basically like getting the base game with all the DLC, you know, with the engine improvements and all that, which is cheaper than buying the DLC on its own. So for me, it's just like, okay, this is totally fine. Like I said, I do understand people who bought all the DLC and all that, and the game just didn't get polished up, and then they went, okay, well, here's you know, here's the new version, you gotta buy it. Like, very genuinely, there's a legitimate complaint to have there. Okay, so you're up to 38 fuel. You're kind of getting all that done, getting all moved around and sorted. What are you missing? Probably a bunch of concrete? Maybe some metal? Almost exclusively concrete. We can unload that. We've got almost enough fuel to get out of here. 12 more. Let's see, honestly, on the other hand, I feel that if they do a major work again, at least they did significant part of the code assets again. Probably by far not everything. And not the game design, risks associated with it. They can reasonably sell it again for having done the effort, whether improvements are worth it or not. The dome is fractured and losing oxygen. The number of fractures, I do not have what I need.
Sector scan.
Okay, well that's probably not good. Number of fractures 1. It is leaking oxygen, and I need 5 polymers to fix it. I don't have polymers. They polish the graphics also. Yeah, no, for me, I'm
insufficient resources.
I'm not upset about it. But like I said, that's mostly what the negative reviews are. Is, you know, again, people who generally feel that it is a money grab because they did a re-release, all that kind of stuff, as opposed to, you know, continuing to update their old game. But like I said, most buy a supply pod. I don't know what that is. Like I said, new to the game, gonna figure out, don't tell me. Because you got mine back while they were crowdfunding, you remember correctly? My plan was to finish fueling up the rocket, and then send the rocket back, have it come up with some more stuff.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Okay, so I need 12 fuel. So let that keep running. Because I still need to keep building all stuff. But if I get the polymers to be dropped off...
A building has stopped working.
Yeah, that's fine. Because there's no workers, we'll get that sorted. And that'll be enough fuel. Okay. When you're ready, you can invite your colonists. The rocket will carry some food supplies, but you'll have to secure power, oxygen, water, and living space availability. Yep. The other thing to check really fast. You tell me how many people you handle. You handle 14. Okay, and we're gonna get 12, I believe. Just want it to be not exactly behind the rocket, or I'll just never remember it's there. Okay, so meanwhile, you pick up that stuff, all of it. Drop that off over there. Launch the rocket.
Research complete.
Okay, so we got another research done. Low G drones, they move faster. Transport type drones harvest resources faster. Their maximum storage is increased. Let's see here. Productivity training makes them just better. Water reclamation drastically reduces water consumption of a dome. We'll work on the one that gives us more carry for the rocket. Yep, so with that, we will have all of that built. And then with this, I can land the rocket a bit closer, and by landing the rocket a bit closer, it can help supply stuff for the dome and give us some drone control over that area. Okay, so gotta wait a hot minute before it has a chance to do that. We got more milestones. First human on Mars. We are working on it. We just need to worry about the fact that this dome is fractured and leaking oxygen. Only mildly stressful. And you need metals.
Failed.
Milestone failed. Ah, so Europe beat me to the first breakthrough. Yeah, I do have a feeling the fact that I built my dome down here away from all this is going to hurt me in a really
Warning.
big way.
Insufficient resources.
I'm aware. Yeah, we're shipping all the stuff down here. Waiting for the shuttle to be ready for the return trip. You just checked, and you have all their DLC for the original Mars. You do want the updated one, but it's feeling a bit butthurt. You wouldn't negatively reviewed based on that, but it does feel a little bit silly for committing
Warning. Insufficient resources.
the thing. Yeah, and for those who don't know, Treacle, absolutely fantastic. Plays a lot of the type of like colony simulators as well. A lot of RimWorld has been doing like Whiskerwood, Anno, a whole bunch of those. So if you like any of that stuff, you can find it over there. Yeah.
Council session open.
It ignores the DLC, yes, but discriminating by each DLC they release would be a major headache. Yeah, no, it's kind of one of those things that, like I said, I do think it is a negative for people who did buy most, if not all, the DLC. That is just kind of a bad time. But it's kind of one of those things that, like I said, I do think the catch is, because the developers changed hands, I'm willing to bet there probably was a contract with that second dev studio that they used for a while before they went back to the original people again. I'm willing to bet there was something contractual there that, you know, either they'd have to pay them royalties or something if they keep developing it, that it just made sense to make it, that they probably had themselves in kind of a legal stuck spot. Because licensing can be absolutely booger. Yeah. Well, it's like how many games have been delisted over the years because they had like this car or that song or whatever, and they went to go and get like licensing, and they're like, okay, well, we're not giving you the licensing for 10 years ran out, and we're not renewing it. And you go, okay, well, the main villain's vehicle is like the Ferrari or whatever, and we now don't have the license to it. Are we going to go back to our 10-year-old game that people aren't buying that much to rework it to remove the car? So instead, they just pull it. Yeah, we need to get metal. You got a bunch of metal down here. Okay, so right now you're the one moving everything around. When the rocket gets back, it might be able to use its drones to facilitate this, and I can move the commander card down here, and then have this start moving the metal between. Okay, so we can get our next rocket. So, we know we need polymers. That's heavy. Let's see. I want a drone hub. The polymer factory and the small parts factory. We probably don't have what we need for those, but those would all be lovely. The straight up drones we'll worry about later. We can also get the seeds. Okay. What's the safari? Tourist on safari. We won't worry about that. So fuel refinery we have. The moisture vaporator, there's arguments to be had there. I mean, part of that is no namer. A lot of games don't come out on disc anymore at all. And also, even when you buy it on disc, you still technically are buying a license. They can technically tell you you're not allowed to be on there anymore, or do stuff where it's like, you have to check in with the server. And obviously, when you're buying an old game, even that was still true of the licensing, it's just there's not really an enforcement mechanism. Yeah, no, I'm debating that one as well. I think that isn't a bad idea. I'm also debating a second transport. Alright, I might stop with there. That's half of our remaining money. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. But yeah, so it is one of those things that very genuinely, even when you bought like an old NES game, you were still buying a license to that game. Cool. Does that mean that gives me metal? Oh, it gives me 1 polymers. Interesting. But, it is just one of those things. And I know, in all practicality, even if it is still licensed, you're fine.
Sector scan. Warning, insufficient resources.
Yeah, I know exactly, no namer. But, like, nowadays, most modern games...
Special project
no, I should say, a lot of big modern games, they have some type of server check that even if you do have a physical CD... It's like when you bought MMOs and those kind of things, they have that license on the server. If it's not up, you just pull it up and you're like, you can't play this game. It's not available for you. It's not in your account. That everything nowadays just about, outside of like a lot of indie games, has that thing where they like phone home to make sure you've got a valid copy. Now to be fair, that's part of the draw to indie games. You have to imagine the most cases, the negative publicity alone would be making it not worth the physical copies were purchased. Yeah, no, exactly.
Warning, insufficient resources.
It's while they definitely have the license and they have the ability to do that, the reality is they're not going to come after you for any of that. Well, so, okay, so GOG, you don't have DRM, you're correct. You still are buying a license, though. That's just the way it works. At the end of the day, you still are buying a license. That's just how the software works in general. When you drop off, we need to get metal. But that's just like software stuff. We go down there, grab the metal, grab some of that polymer. And a bunch of buildings all stopped working. Because they all need maintenance. Because they ran out of metal over here. Alright. So I could actually do very short term. Is you can go down here. Depot. Metals. And grab you. Run you down over here real fast so you're in range of all that. Let you take that over. Yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot of things they could do to improve that. Like, not only GOG, almost all the platforms that compete with Steam. Like, someone's like, oh yeah, that's a new thing, it's gonna take time. Like, that's, like, for all the things that I don't like that Epic has done, the one that really kind of irks me with Epic is like, okay, you got all this money, you poured into it, you've been around for several years, and yeah, you started behind the trend compared to the next person. Very understandable, you wouldn't be in a great position and all that. But rather than putting all that money into improving your infrastructure and all that, what you did was you basically bought a bunch of exclusives and forced everyone onto your platform whether you liked it or not.
Heavy drone workload.
Which is not really a great thing. Okay, so let you do that.
Warning, insufficient resources. A rocket has arrived.
Unlock this.
Research complete.
Okay, so you're gonna go down here. You're gonna collect that metal. You're gonna bring it back up here. Meanwhile, you can go up here. You keep that going. Yeah, so that was kind of the one that, like, with, like, Epic, they don't have much for us. Let's see. Windmill upgrade, polymer blades, power production is increased. We have the terraforming project speed up. Rockets and shuttles require less fuel. Sure. Alright, Luxray. Thank you for tuning in. You sleep well and all good stuff.
Insufficient resources. Heavy drone workload.
So, trying to figure out about getting the polymers and all that out of here. Okay, so right now you're collecting all those metals. You're going to be moving that over. And this needs things.
Funding received.
Yeah, instead of making your product better, you just buy Rocket League devs and pull it off Steam and put on Epic. Oh yeah. No, there was like 2 or 3 games that I was looking forward to, and they like had already had like Steam pages and everything. And then suddenly they didn't have Steam pages. And they were like Epic exclusive, and I don't blame the devs for doing it, especially with how much of that kind of stuff is you may or may not actually get those sales kind of deal. Like, it's just one of those things like, yeah, of course you're gonna take the money where you can get it. You know, if you're getting guaranteed your game is profitable because they do a licensed, exclusive, you do that. Because that's just what makes sense for you as a business to make sure you can make your next game. What I'm trying to do is we need some metal over there. Okay, so you're getting all that squared away. Looks like we got the dome patched up. Alright. Do I feel like we're confidently ready for people to land on this planet? No. Are we doing it anyways? Alright, so I'm going to actually just let them bring what they bring, because we don't know much about anything. So we're going to go ahead and choose launch. And have our first colonist get over here. Are we ready for it? Probably not. Are we going to learn from mistakes? Oh yeah. And do you know how we're going to do that? We're going to make them. Oh, that's a planetary view. Okay, so we got a bunch of other people all over the place. Oh yeah, didn't I get a second controller in here? So get that. I got 2 of these generators. That way if all else goes wrong, I got a little trickle power there. Right, and we have polymers.
Heavy drone workload.
So you consume water and all that. We have small parts. How much power did you need?
Sector scan.
Okay, so drones. I'm gonna have you relocate to this spot. And that'll open up you. Alright. Look at all them zipping around. Yeah, so we need to get that hub back online.
Council session open.
Yeah, so we've got to get ourselves another dome somewhere near ore. Okay, assume. I guess you need to be there. Yeah, so we need to go and get ourselves where we can get the concrete back online. Oh, look. This is starting to come back online. Never mind.
Warning.
Good.
Meteor incoming.
Those meteors are scary, man. So grab a couple of metal. Unload it there. You probably are no longer needed all over here. So you drop over there to bring that back online. And honestly, we're probably not going to stay here long term because we're going to pull up the ore and then be done at that area. Yeah, warning, meteor slam incoming. Yep. Have you tried looking up? That'll cause dust problems. That's kind of an issue. 5 buildings will become contaminated with dust, resulting in increased maintenance. I don't want to do that. We're in this like little gully or whatever it is. Oh, I could have landed it over there.
A rocket has arrived. Research complete.
Run, friends! I did not land you.
Prop failure.
I did not land you anywhere near to home. You best run like your life depends on it, because it does.
Full of hope and determination, the first founders have set foot on the Red Planet.
Alright, so I gotta keep them alive for 10 souls. If they all die, we lose. And received research for a bunch of things. We got that. So let's check on all this. I'm just queuing up stuff. I'm not even paying attention to what we're getting anymore. Yep, we just started and we're still figuring it out. Okay, so let's see. Oh, we have vacant homes.
Heavy drone workload.
Tourists. We have vacant work slots. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and do this. I'm gonna open up those 2 spots. Unemployed seeking work, vacant work spots. This is the research lab. So you require 10 power, and it looks like you got 16 to spare. And right now, we'll have that. Then grab her pipe. And we'll need power. Alright. And now I can go ahead and we have polymer production here. There's a good chance I'm going to need to very much increase my power production. We're at 19 power. Some of that is going to be there. So power, you are, okay, so you already don't have a night shift. That was the thing I was going to say. You're also low priority. All right. Building is not working because building is malfunctioning. Honestly, for this one, salvage that building. What do you need to get this back up and running? We need mechanical parts. So grab a couple of those. Alright, so we're making the polymers. So one of the things we're going to want to do is I'm going to try and move stuff over here because we got a bunch of materials over here that'll be useful. That's more than enough. So unload there. And that should get the concrete flowing again. So I do think we want to get a second dome set up over
Sector
here.
Scanned.
Okay, we got a new anomaly. So let's grab our explorer. Okay. Research Explorer AI. It's fine. So we're in the founder stage. Things are still going fine so far. All right, concrete production is back online. So with this, I'm gonna say pick up the resources here, just the concrete,
Milestone completed.
and get over there. We've harvested food on Mars. Now, if we want, I can try getting a second dome. I would like to have it where we connect our stuff power grid wise. I can see reasons why we won't want to do that because it's going to use a lot of metal and all that. But at the same time, I think rebuilding a bunch of the power infrastructure again and again, I'd rather have one big power grid. Maybe, maybe not that's viable. Don't tell me either way. We'll find out. So with this
Research
one,
complete.
I'm gonna plunk you here for our next dome and all that. We did get more research. Yeah, so get this one going up here. Now, my intent has been that if I can get the if I can get our coverage set up, we can potentially move stuff between locations a little bit easier. But that's fine, we'll get there. We have lots of metals and all that. We have a Vista, we have all that stuff. You are just chilling there. We can go ahead and plunk down up here. Metal depot to let them start picking up all the metal. Alright. Because you're going to need a bunch of concrete, metal, and polymers. We are producing the polymers now, which I love to see. So if I were to try and run this over here, we would need to run both the
Research
power.
complete. Anomaly found.
Okay, so it looks like the power may not be able to go up elevation of any kind. Maybe, maybe not. So that's 4 metal. Okay, so we'll have a power cable going through there. So you can't go over uneven terrain as well. Oh, no, we can. 4.2 metal.
Anomaly found.
Okay, so we got some anomalies. Oh, you have an anomaly found way over there. Sure. You can go across the entire map to get that, I guess. Alright, so we're getting that second one set up. That should connect our water and all that. And we got a bunch of good stuff here. We got research sites. The big one is getting these 2 drills going. We should be able to get that for materials. We want to get more power online before we get too much going on in here. But that'll give us a second dome, and then we'll need a way to get people between the domes. Let's also plan, even though we aren't hurting for it yet.
Heavy drone workload.
Let's get the water over here. Got the Moxie. Got the air tank. Got the water tank. We run the cable right on through here. And I realize I can connect through the dome. I'm choosing to kind of spend the 1 or 2 extra metal to bypass it, just in the off chance I decide I don't want to work it that way. Okay, so that'll give us all the connections we need to make this a functional building. And then what we'll do is over here, I'm going to put a secondary set of power. Just because we're going to need it. And that should be helpful. Okay, so you're over here. We'll probably move you up to about there. A bit more to the left. Yep, you can work on all that. You stop doing that. Meanwhile, you're done over here. So you can assist with this project by scooching over there.
Heavy drone workload.
And then we can grab
Research complete.
you. And tell you to pick that up. And to drop it off over here. Okay. We're getting all that built. We're doing fine here. Research completed. I'm just going to queue up the next thing and the next thing because we don't know.
Council session open.
Yeah, so you keep getting the thing about trying to pass rules and all that. I haven't felt a need for any of that stuff. Okay, so we got 10 technologies learned. The next one would be to generate a bunch of science per day on the planet. For this... Oh, you're refueling it so I could send the rocket out of here. That's fair. And then once we get all this built,
Heavy drone workload.
I'm going to want to get that. So another thing we're going to want to do is
Planetary anomaly analyzed.
That's just a bunch of science, that's fine. So is that the one that's way off in the middle of nowhere? I think it is. So let's get our explorer. Let me just vaguely work your way back here. Okay. So what I should do here is get our drone controller moved up there later, so it covers this whole area. Oh, that'll be good. We'll deal with that when we get the chance. In case something breaks the cable along the way, put 2 accumulators there. A couple of
Sector
solar
scanner.
panels. A couple of wind turbines. Alright, so that'll probably be good here. And then the next thing we'll have on the list is we do have the metal extractor, which want to get set up, and then the rare metal extractor.
Research complete.
Got another research done real fast. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and pop in here to the next build project. So what we're going to want to do is get some storage
Heavy
moved.
drone workload.
So we got our metal production up here. Got my rare metal production over there. We got the concrete down over here. I'm going to move that up there. We're going to have our just generic anything material over here. And what I'll probably do is I'll probably scrap all of these. They start moving that stuff up here. Because the stuff up here, then we can get away with moving this a little bit farther. I don't need that spot down there. Okay, and we can unload that all up here. Okay, and so our supply rocket here is ready to go. So get it out of here. Gardens and parks and other decorations require no workforce. Suggest building a garden. So can we get a basic idea? How happy you are. Comfort. Service building was closed. Shopping.
Funding.
Had
received.
unprepared meal. Okay, well let's look what happens here. So right now there are no jobs available and no vacant people. We do have some homes that we can spare. We're gonna wait because we're gonna go over here and we're gonna get that going. And the plan is to get these going, as well as probably electronic stuff. And we're gonna need more people to work those jobs. We're gonna have to get people in on the mines, all that kind of garbage. The big thing is the robo controller kind of thing. I really messed up when I built that down there. Now for the robo controller, that's something that we have to have prepared for us. Okay, we also have elevators for moving things above and below ground, which I imagine must be built on an underground entrance or surface tunnel. I'm sure we'll figure that out in time. We can get rid of this. It serves no purpose anymore. So what are you waiting on? You are waiting on metal. Right. So I can go to you. I happen to have a bunch of metal right here. Go unload that metal right there. And I can grab you. And tell you to gather materials over there. little farther. Okay. So we got just enough to get everything but that building in range built. And meanwhile, we'll want you to go grab more materials for me. Okay. Was that the original team or the ones that worked until before relaunch? As a player, I totally agree. From a dev perspective, I can see why they got fed up and worn out eventually. Oh, I missed stuff. The only thing that ever made the game not fun for you is the original dev team literally said in an interview they were bored and they were just going to dump this work onto something shiny new. So getting a whole new dev team that is excited about the game is pretty awesome. Yeah, no, it's like, and this is back to the original devs now, if I'm not mistaken. That they had handed over to a different team for a while, and that ultimately the original devs took it back over. That's my understanding. There's supposed to be, in your opinion, but no one has taken this path up for years. Bichiwa, yeah. Yeah, I know you're saying you're waiting to see if certain mechanics are here and all that. That's fine. Okay, so you're waiting on more concrete. You're also waiting on the polymer, which we are producing over here slowly. You got 3 more days until, like, we've established that this is survivable and all that. Alright, so if we were to start working on terraforming... Oh, I'm sorry. 5 more days. Build a new sensor tower. Don't care. Let's see. For the terraforming efforts... That does the work faster. That's fine. Because the implication, if I start trying to use the seeds right now, they're just going to basically die. That might not be true. It does mention improving the soil, which might be the whole thing.
Research complete.
Yeah, to be clear, that's my understanding, is that the original devs are back on it, kind of thing. Versus the team that was in the interim. Because it was the team that was on the interim were the ones that, like, people complained that bugs just kept persisting. They were told, you know, people would say they got fixed, and then they were just there still. And again, this is my understanding as someone who's happened into it after the fact.
Sector scanned.
Okay, do we got anything new on that? Anything interesting in that sector? Not really. Alright, so solar panels are all coming online. Alright. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to send another rocket over. That's going to probably start depleting what our sponsor is covering for us. We're going to grab this one. The cargo rocket. And I want in our drone controller. Let's go over here to the drone controller. Drone hub, whatever it's called. Drone hub. Get that going. The rest is fine by me. You can also... I think we already sent literally all of those across. Let's check that first. So I think we sent one of each of the yeah, so I got the small... Yeah, so I sent one of each of those across so we could get everything producing locally. Right. So we already got that sent over. Well, actually, we got a free supply drop. Instead of sending the whole ship over, we can grab a drone hub. That's a bit. And I'm going to send 2 boxes of the drones. I don't think that's... Or 2 things of seeds. I don't think this is a good idea. But I want to science it. So it's cheap. We can send it here. It's fine. Are drones light? Yep, we'll send 1 drone over too just to fill it up. Because then what we could do is, for the terraforming the planet, which is over here, I do not expect this to end at all well. Oh, you had electronics as a requirement. That was probably not my best move. It's fine. They're polymers and electronics. You don't have a water hookup. So we'll try seeing if I toss in there. I expect the seeds to just die. But it did imply it might make the soil better. And the seeds weren't that much. So... Okay, so meanwhile, let's go grab our vehicles laying around here. We got a bunch of metal there. You can drop that off there. You can drop that off there. And we'll need one of you to go grab polymer, and one to go grab something else. Okay, we also have on the list of stuff we can do. Well, you actually go inside the dome.
Council session open.
The concrete's up here, so we'll have that up there. And the maintenance. So this will be like a manufacturing and mining place. So we get our electronics and all that up here. And then this will be probably like research and all that. That's fine, I'm not too picky. Okay, meanwhile, go down here. Grab the polymer. We'll have the drop pod thing go in here. Okay. So with that, I should have myself a new drone controller. Drone hub, whatever. And that should be able to reach all of this. And then once we have that, we don't need the commander thing just running around here. That'll also be interesting because that means I'll have controllers with a little bit of overlap.
A building has stopped working. Heavy.
That's fine. We'll get it all sorted out. Because then what we could do is grab some of these drones. Let's grab about half the drones. Probably more than half. Grab about you. I'm gonna reassign. Oh, never mind. You got your own. Okay, so they're running back and forth, and that should be good.
Building a new home on an alien world? That takes guts, to say the least.
After all, the purpose of the strongest long-term driver, since arriving on Mars, Zachary Kent's enthusiasm has proven to be above average. Even by founder norms, and the prestigious productivity displayed can be boiled down to one simple explanation. Zachary Kent really loves doing what Zachary Kent's doing. The founder, Zachary Kent, has the enthusiast trait. View. Enthusiast trait. So enthusiast. Increased performance when at high morale. Cool. So I should be getting all that done. So you grabbed your polymer. So if I can have you drop off the polymer over here real fast. That'll be good. I don't have to figure out ways to... You love that for him? Yep. Congratulations on finding joy in your life. Oh, and you are assigned to that now. Hey, Dread, how's it going? It's interesting to me the parts of the cable that change colors and the ones that don't. Okay, so you've got this going on, so you'll need more of the electronic stuff. We've got all you set up. You're getting the power all online. We're just gonna take time. And we got the dome being assembled. Prepping for work? Gotcha. So my assumption is I'm going to want to have food production in both domes and not trying to ship that back and forth, because that sounds like a nightmare. Okay, so with that, we got our second dome here. So we're going to start by going... So the apartments here, they consume a lot more power. So you consume 1 power, give room for 14. And you consume considerably more power. Yeah, I'll go ahead and build the apartments. Those are going to take time to get what we need.
A building has stopped working.
That's fine, I'll get that. We'll want to go here and have the bar.
Sector scan.
We'll have the grocer. We can go over to you at the hydroponic farm. Nothing new on that. Okay, what else do we need for here? What are you? Oh, you're a school. Don't care about that stuff. Not worried about any of that stuff yet. We get parks for comfort and all that, that's fine. So what we can do here then is we had the factories. And that's just gonna take time to set up. And those are low priority. Ooh, wait, who came over? Oh, I'm looking at... Oh. Oh, no, you're in the wrong... Ah, that sucks. I built them in the wrong dome. They're supposed to be up here. That's fine. Do you at least have everything you need to function? Probably. That's fine. That'll be workforce over here. So we've got jobs that are vacant. We want to bring in more people. So one thing we're going to start doing here is start adding comfort. So they start having lots of babies. Because that's what needs to happen. So for you to do your production, You need rare materials. So for right now, just turn that building off. It's not going to do anything. Meanwhile, you can start making electronics.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Or no, you make mechanical parts. That's fine. Okay, and you're waiting on concrete. Lots of concrete. Which we're getting. It's just being used as fast as we're getting it. We also need more polymer and more mechanical parts. Polymer. And then you can go over here. Mechanical parts. Alright.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
So getting that sorted out. Alright, so we have them going back and forth. That should help. Okay. So a big problem is I don't have enough people. So what I want to do is let's get to this dome down here and let's boost their comfort.
Warning. Insufficient resources. Research complete.
So I got that. Put a statue going that way. They had some comforts to there, so hopefully that gets them to start having babies. Alright. Planetary survey terraforming. We'll keep that moving. Yes, we're waiting on electronics and all that. The electronics is depending on the rare metals. Okay, neural waiting on mechanical parts. And those are doing their best. They're going very slowly. Because you don't have much in the way of metals. Oh, you have a bunch of metals here. Okay, you need concrete. Like, this thing is producing the concrete. Do you do like the music of the game? It isn't intrusive, earwormy, and the vibe fits? Yeah. And I've already learned a number of lessons so far. Like, first of all, this is where I should have set up my first dome anyways, and not any of this nonsense.
Insufficient resources.
Ooh, so power just went out into you. Well, that's gonna get real tragic really fast. Where is my vehicle that's been moving the... Wouldn't happen to have those mechanical parts laying around, would ya? We have a mighty big need of those right now. And I've already taken them all over here and put them to use, I'm pretty sure. Yep, you don't have any of those over here. New trade route? Oh, Russia and them are offering trade routes. Oh, interesting. And we got all this stuff out here is...
Warning, insufficient resources.
Okay, we got the dome back online. Bringing the domes back online. The fuel thing has low power. That's okay. The dome's out of power again. Dear son, please come up
Our
now.
colonists are suffering from hypothermia.
Yep. Please come on, lights. I need you.
Council session open.
Come on. Okay, so solar panels back up. So
Warning,
momentarily,
insufficient resources.
crisis averted. Very momentarily. Gotcha. So we're just straight up running out of mechanical parts. Let's go ahead and we got another supply depot. Let's just have a little talky talk here. What if you just sent me a lot of mechanical parts? And go ahead and stack in a quick stack of those electronics as well. Those would be lovely, because everybody's gonna die. Because I need those to keep things up and running.
Sector scanned. Warning, insufficient resources.
Stop telling me. Oh, we're still in the founder stage. Literally, we could have just lost right there and been like, nope, they died. You're done. Get out. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so all my wind turbines are starting to go out because I didn't have enough mechanical parts. So it definitely feels like that's one of the things that I, for future runs, need to be aware of. Is that, oh, how many hours? Oh, someone mentioned. Oh, yeah, that was earlier. There's a question. Sorry, when I was playing News Tower. Yeah, so definitely with this, we've kind of learned that I need to get on top of getting some of the basic production online. Like I said, we didn't spot this water resource here when I first set up. So I had all these other really useful bits of material here. I was like, I'm gonna build my dome down here because that was the first water. If it would have just looked a little bit farther, we could have had the water right there. And this spot is like perfect for a starting dome where you got metals, rare metals, water, and concrete just all around it. There's even science not too far away. Come on, get over here. Everything's gonna shut down again because... Bring it in. And all the drones rush on down to grab the materials as fast as they can and bring it all back online. Because power's gonna kill any moment. And I'm hoping I can limp through the night by getting these wind turbines back online.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Okay, and you can rush over here and drop those off to try and bring it up over there. I want to play this again. Rual, why are you making me suffer like this? It is what it is. Alright. So we are limping along this finish line, getting ourselves the other side. Why is...
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Ah, right. The drone controller thing has to also have power.
Research complete.
Okay. You haven't played this since launch? You think it kind of flopped? Do you mean the base game or relaunched? Relaunched was not well received, mostly because if you had bought the previous game and all the DLC, it didn't feel like a great situation to then need to buy the game again. So if you look at the like reviews on the game being like really bad, it has to do with that, which I've mentioned a couple times. My guess is that's probably a licensing thing. That it was just a matter of they had the dev team that originally had it got control of the game again, but there was an interim dev team, and so I'm guessing what happened was that interim dev team, something in their contract probably made it so it was just better for them to remake the game kind of thing so far as relaunch it. I don't know if that's true, but it definitely feels like that way. But the game has generally been really well received, the original that is. It has had bugs at different points in times, but I think the problems it's running into is more that business side of things than anything about the game itself. For the record, this is my first time playing, and I think it's pretty solid.
Insufficient resources.
We're making some really bad choices, but that's because we're brand new. Yeah, no, I got you with that, Eddie. It does feel scummy, but it is one of those things is most likely it was a licensing that they really kind of didn't get a choice in that matter. That it was they either didn't do it. Now, granted, I mentioned earlier that what they could have done that may not have been as bad is they may have been able to turn around. Oh, I only want one person on that. What they could have done is potentially, you know, if you already own the game, you got it for free or something like that. But it is one of those things that it's like... Oh no, there's a discount. If you already own the game, the base game, you get it 50% off. So you don't need, like, you actually, to give you an idea, getting this with all the stuff that was DLC in the last one on it was $20 for me. That's not buying, like, their super season pass kind of thing, where it's gonna get, like, all the DLC or whatever coming forward, but getting what was everything on the game was $20. For me, I didn't own the DLC, so literally buying this would have been cheaper than me buying the DLC for the other game. Your decision was that as much as you love the game, it was worth reinvesting the rare chance to the IP getting in that early on in life. Yeah, for me personally, I had played the original game and I really liked... Sorry, I had briefly played the original game, just like one play session on stream. And like at the time I was just playing other things. Like this other stuff came out, I was like, I want to come back to this, and it just never happened. So we have vacant jobs. Did people die? No, we still have 12 people.
Insufficient resources. A building has stopped working.
No one's moving over there because we haven't got that.
This will go down in history.
A door towards the stars. This will go down in history. The long-time dream of human civilization as a whole, settle another world, has come true. To be among the people who made this happen makes me feel enthusiastic and proud. We are already swarmed with application to relocate to Mars, and the wanderlust and enthusiasm of these people makes me proud to be a human being. The Red Planet continues to be inhospitable and even dangerous, but we as a species had always displayed the ability to adapt and improve at the adverse conditions would only make us try harder. So I say, bring it on. Okay. Looks like a serious
Warning,
adventure ahead of us.
Insufficient resources. Sector scan.
Okay. Yeah, so we definitely flubbed a lot of this. I do wish I could see the jobs and all that. Yeah, so you need machine parts over there. We're waiting in polymer over here. We'll have you two get assigned. That's people looking for jobs here. Alright. So we got all this stuff. I need the polymers. This place produces polymers.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Realize this. Yeah, you need workers and all that. That's not going to happen until we get these buildings made, which is going to be polymers, which we are producing. They're right there. Just struggling a little bit to get that happen. So passenger rocket. Sure. Launch. Let's see, there's 12 passengers on board, but there's only space for 2 new residents. Abort, never mind. Maybe don't launch. I could build another house here, but I want to get the apartment over here so we can start getting all this online, because that'll give me the metal and all that. I assume you have a finite amount of metal down there? Yeah. Alright. We got plenty of concrete here. We got more than enough fuel. Do not accept fuel here. Okay. Cool, so we could say for this one,
Research
no
complete.
polymers. No metals, concrete, or rare metals. Basically keep it all off of there.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Oh, I see. It only keeps 30 of each. So this is okay to keep this open up for everything. Right, I see. So it keeps 30 of each, so it keeps like 2 rows of each. It's a little weird that they prioritize that versus their own specialized stuff, but it's fine. So here we've got the concrete, we've got metals, we've got electronics. I don't have the polymer, that's over here. Alright.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Let's go ahead and we'll do another supply drop because I got those. Because we're being really held up by a lot of this. So you'd send... Honestly... Just send polymer. We've been trying to get this other building online as soon as we can. Does anyone know, are the maps random or are they always the same? Like Planet Crafter, is it? There's different maps, because if we actually look at the world view here, you can choose different maps and have different stats and all that. There are specific locations on the map that it will mention that you'll go to, like, one spot will be like
Council
this
session
whatever location. Like, it'll be a name of, like, an actual Mars location. I don't know if those are randomized or not. They might be preset.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
But I believe the other maps are generated. I could be wrong in that one. Okay. I'm producing not very much of one of those per day.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
So what we'll probably want to do is drop the polymer over here. And if we drop the polymer over here, then they'll be able to get some of these other buildings online. And I'll be able to get my next group of people here. Granted, that one, until we get these built, isn't doing anything. I need to get this building producing better. Okay, so I can drop that over there. That's nothing but polymer. And I think it might even be worth building just plain old houses down there. In here. If we can make it happen. Yeah, those are just concrete. So build another round of plain houses. We can send more people over. Experimental rocket. A new rocket engine has been developed by our sponsor on Earth. We have been offered the dubious honor of testing the first prototype. For science, accept decreased rocket travel time. Rocket science, let me have a look at those blueprints. Decreased rocket time. Sounds too risky. Decline. Okay, so getting these built, and that means this place will be
has stopped working.
potentially self-sufficient. Then we just need the mechanical parts up here.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Okay, so with this, let's go ahead and get our rocket, passenger rocket. No further consideration, we will launch it. And then we can get that over here. And that should give me more people down here that can hopefully staff these buildings to get our production online with all this.
Warning. Meteor incoming. Warning. Fuel destroyed.
Well, they smashed our RC transport.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Okay. So this place is online.
Sector scan. A building has stopped working.
Preparing an expedition to this anomaly. Oh, gotcha. So we can send expeditions. Let's see what even an expedition has. So we got an expedition. So send an expedition. There aren't any viable rockets to send to trade or scientific expedition. You will need to make a rocket land on Mars. Okay. I see. So we need a rocket on Mars to deal with that.
Insufficient resources.
Not like send the rover over there or something. So we've got all that. We have jobs available. So there's the passengers on their way. Okay. Yeah, once we get mechanical parts, we can start getting the drills up.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
So I was gonna say...
Research complete.
It's low resource, metal, unload resource, here. A load resource, here. Mechanical parts, there. I'm pretty sure I just canceled it. Did I tell them to do multiple? No. That's what I'm gonna have to figure out is the best way to handle some of this stuff. Like setting up the logistics, trade routes, that kind of thing. Alright, so we've almost got our new people here, and like I said, the plan when they arrive... is to get all these things running about as hard as we can, drop them in here, so I can hopefully get enough stuff going on to get to the next place, and then go from there. I'm a little concerned as I don't really have... Food consumption and production are 1 and 1. Hang on, that is not what you want. Let's go ahead and fix that real fast, so hydroponics farm.
Warning. Insufficient resources. A building has stopped working.
Okay, you deal with that for a minute. You land up there, and then you can get to home. So I need you to give me all of your electronics.
A rocket has arrived.
So you can drop these off over here to get the stuff back online.
New colonists have arrived.
Okay, so you got 7
Warning.
vacant...
Insufficient resources. Funding received.
Okay, so we're getting everyone assigned to shifts as fast as we can. So let's see. Service comfort, that's fine.
Warning. Crop failure.
No edible food harvested. Thanks, I hate it. So you're making one every day. Oh, you're not able to make any. So unassign those. Yeah, you can just turn that building off. We can't have you make electronics. You don't have what you need. So we'll allow you to be there. That's concerning that you're showing not enough power. I don't know what changed. Oh, you're up here. I did not realize you were going to move up here. Okay. I had not been prepared for that. That's a problem. So we're negative on our power. That's a major problem. And we definitely don't want to get more of these going. So we have, most of our metal is down here, right? Yeah, so our metal's down here. So we need to just go deep on the solar panels and the batteries. Just do your best. I think we're going to have a whole lot of people die here in a minute. Oh, and we're not producing enough water. Let's see. Water demand is at 5.2 versus production.
Warning, food shortage.
I'm trying. Oh, you got damaged over here for mechanical parts, which I don't have over there. Hey, if you all don't want to die, I'm going to need you to make a mechanical part, like, right now. If y'all plan to keep existing, I need you...
Our colonists are starving.
Tonight's gonna be a rough night. Okay, so the water has balanced. Power for the moment is up, but when nighttime hits, those accumulators are probably not gonna be... Oh, we got the other two accumulators up over here. That's at least some good news.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Give me that food. And drop that off. That might be able to spare them thing. Oh, nope. Food shortages on both ends. Well, did what we could. Alright, hopefully got enough power surges. It's gonna be interesting if they had a buff debuff when they faced impending doom, like temporarily increased productivity, but hit to happiness anxiety.
Sector scan.
Yeah, no, that was something that they did for oh, what's the word with it? It was one they did with... Why can I not think of...
Warning, insufficient resources.
Frostpunk, that's the one. Where they have, like, some of the scenarios, you hit the desperate situation, and all the people would kind of come together. It's like, we know, like, what we're up against. We know we have to put everything or everybody dies. So, like, you know, we will do what we have to do to make it to, you know, the next day. The city must survive. And it gets grim.
Council session open.
So you're getting those things done. So you need to desperately get those mechanical parts ready. It's producing about 1 per day. We're gonna open a second shift. Yeah, no, Frostpunk can be pretty
Research
ruthless.
complete.
Okay, so we have one person there. We have one there. We had a bunch who dashed over here and got to this spot right away. We just didn't have the need for that many there yet. Well, if I've learned one lesson from all this, it's when you don't have enough people, even when times are desperate, you just get more people. So I can get you out of here. Because with that, we should be able to fill out the rest of the people here. And we get these extra shifts going and everything on here. We could probably get to the point where we're getting more mechanical parts than we need right away. If we can get to that point, I can potentially get these things online over here, because I only need a couple over here. So I can get that up and running. Then we can get both sites going. Oh, come on, man. Stop breaking for a second. I need you to just chill.
We found some useful material in the debris from a small meteorite.
We discovered 30 rare metals in the anomaly site. Every little bit counts. Okay, so you're not doing anything. You get over here and load those. And I'll have you drop them here, and that'll actually let me turn on the electronics. Oh, good. The power's going offline.
Warning, insufficient resources.
And considering how much of our power is primarily dealing with, I have to keep that on. Yeah, let's say, considering how much of our power is primarily dealing with a bunch of our stuff, or solar, that's bad that all those accumulators failed. Okay. We're getting ready for
insufficient resources.
Yeah, so we're getting ready for our second rocket to get back here pretty soon. We could drop that off. Yeah, so like I said, we definitely learned the lesson on our initial setup that I need to make sure where I set up my dome is better, that we can get at these materials nearby. Because with that, what I could have done is very early on gotten myself the 3 base materials here pretty easily set up. And I could have just been populating here versus splitting my people between 2 domes. That's fine. And you're all waiting on polymers. You
Warning, insufficient resources.
are struggling to function. Ah, because a bunch of these are going offline. There's a lack of the metals. Alright, so we're getting ourselves in pretty big trouble really quickly here. We still have another free supply drop. I'm just gonna have them send me a whole stack of mechanical parts.
Warning,
And we're gonna dump them here to get this online. Because then all these people in here can at least start mining up the rare metals and the metals. If we get that on, we should be able to get the base sustainability. Mental
A
breakdown.
colonist just snapped.
As every other colonist went through psychological condition before arriving on Mars, guaranteed the most basic ability to cope with adverse environment. Indeed, people live on a barren, dead, cold planet with the toxic, almost non-existent atmosphere, protected by a fragile-looking dome, relying on machines to keep us alive. Unparalleled everyday stress levels slowly drain a person of their resolve. Thus, even the slightest shock or frustration might push someone over the edge. On Earth, entertainment and recreation are just for fun, but here they're tools for survival. Yeah. We would love to be able to help out with psychiatric help, but, that's a luxury right now, I'm gonna be honest with you. We'll get into the more availability later kind of thing.
A rocket has arrived. New colonists have arrived.
Got buildings malfunctions. Okay, so you ran out of concrete, which you got 200 of. So we'll salvage that building. Okay.
Heavy drone workload.
So you got all of them there. They're about to get our mechanical parts. And there goes our power yet again.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Oh, you're not even... 1 second. We get power generation that could be hooked up to the rest of the grid.
Sector scan.
Get a little bit more power on the grid. Okay. Oh, and salvage you. And salvage you. That'll bring in some metals to get stuff back online. The underground. We have discovered a deep pit that enters into a network of caves of lava tubes. The low gravity of Mars allows for much larger lava tubes and cabins than on Earth. The temperature are a lot less extreme, and there's ample protection from the many hazards of the surface. Because of this, researcher believes life on Mars, if it exists at all, will most likely be found underground. Build an elevator, connect us from the surface to the underground. It'll allow you more resources, vehicles and prefabs and colonists between the two maps. Let's build an elevator.
Warning, insufficient resources. Heavy drone workload.
Gotcha. So I could build over there and we would get access to the underground. It's fine. Okay, so we've got the rare metals sorted out. So with that, what I'm going to need to do is go over here. We get transfer route here for the rare metals. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You can drop it over there. Because we don't use the rare metals over here, but this will let me use them to make electronics and all that. And the big thing is we got you going.
Warning, insufficient resources.
And we got a regular mine over here.
A building has stopped working.
And metals. You can move it over here. Power is not sufficient at all, which is deeply concerning.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Just gonna keep expanding all of our power. Because we're like on that fence and the power's just not holding up. But we do have enough workers that we do have people mining, at least a little. We do have people doing the rare materials. So we just got to keep getting that stuff going. So for this area, we want to go onto our dome. Filter by specialization. So this place, we want them to get geologists as a primary. I didn't actually set it, did I? We want this again to have perks. We want this again specialists. We want you to be for geologists and apply that. We want to go over to this dome and we go to your filter and specialists. We do not want you to have geologists. So that way they kick the geologists over to where they can work in the mines, and then where we weren't geologists, they can kick them over here. Okay, so overall, average comfort is 53. Missing service, gaming, dining, luxury, and then we have shopping and relaxation are full. Okay. So that service is playing. Diner.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Open air things. Casino complex. Gambling and all that. Mega mall. Small art store. Shopping and luxury. Electronics. Shopping and gaming. And then we'll add a little tree in there to make it nice. And that is what that one's going to be to try and keep them happy. Meanwhile, we can go over here. So your average comfort, so missing, so gaming, social shopping, or relaxing. So I can go over here.
Warning, insufficient resources.
There's the diner. And then we had the electronics store. We'll deal with that. You're still building more batteries.
Open.
You've got more batteries. So you're getting your metal in here.
Warning, crop failure.
No crop failure. I did not give you permission to have a crop failure. I'm going to need you to review your handbooks and realize that crop failure was not a thing that we permit here. So if you could kindly go back there and resolve that, that'd be lovely.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Oh, an oxygen building broke? Don't have an oxygen building broke. Where are you? Okay, and you need metal. We are getting the metal. We'll have a second shift of people working metal soon. Probably want that in polymer as well. And this building is going to need time to come online.
A building has stopped working.
Okay, so we are slowly getting our power grid stabilized. We're slowly getting stuff built up here. Okay. So as far as housing goes, I've got 16 spots left in housing. You can go back, I think. No. Oh, gathering exports? Oh, we export the rare earth metals. Okay. That's fine. Meanwhile, I would like another colonist rocket, please. I'm basically trying to get enough setup to keep those buildings up and running. Because when we get them up and running, we can start getting the mechanical parts and the polymer and all that stuff going. We'll have the mines here.
Sector scanned.
And then it'll be a matter of trying to expand to new areas. And I'm really curious about building the underground area. We did snag that early, I believe.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
A dedicated landing pad site protects buildings and vehicles from dust during rocket... Oh, well, I mean, that was 10. That would have been... You don't have that anytime soon. Okay, so... Alright. It's like next to no concrete, too. We have a dedicated place to land and all that, and that would have been great. Yeah, so you can build that so we can land the rockets there and it won't be nearly as much
Warning.
of a chore.
Insufficient resources.
Okay.
Warning. Crop failure. Funding received.
Okay, so we have... Low yield, slow growth, but all that. Low yield but grows fast will generate seeds on harvest. Okay, we'll have you get to leaf crop. Have you switch to leaf crop later on. Got our batteries, our power is looking much better. Gonna be a lot more maintenance. Luckily, I'm sitting on a giant... Oh, that's waste rock. Still have a lot of concrete. So I have to figure out... So here's another place you can grab a bunch of concrete. So go ahead and start trying to get that online. So I can go down here. I'll need to get that online. And it might be one of those cases where...
A building has stopped working.
Insufficient resource food. And you need mechanical parts. Okay. We are making the mechanical parts here, so they should eventually get that online, except we're not having enough people working on it. We don't have enough people working on this. Not having enough people working on that. Turn that building off entirely for right now. And I change mine, turn it back on. I turned off the dome. A very interesting way to accidentally kill them all is to just hit the dome off button and make everyone in your entire colony dead.
A rocket has arrived.
The colonists are on the brink of dehydration.
Okay.
New colonists have arrived. Warning, insufficient resources.
It's saying it's not producing due to lack of demand. Okay. All right. Hilarious that that's an option that you can just go to the dome. I mean, the assumption would be you have a dome you're no longer using. And so you could deal with that. Okay.
Warning, insufficient resources.
So we are producing all that. The power still is in rough shape at night.
A building has stopped working.
Okay. You got people in the mines. All right. See, that'll be a tricky one, is getting down here. To grab the concrete and then shipping it the whole way up. It's not going to be the end of the world. I do think the way I'm going to tackle it, though, is probably not the intelligent way, which is I'm going to take a power cable from over here. I'm going to just run it right on down.
Meteor shower approaching.
No meteor shower. That's illegal. And they'll have a resource place, depot, concrete. Okay, and you can run on down there. So where is the meteor shower? Meteor showers are extremely common in the solar system. Every day, small, medium-sized hit Earth, but most burn up quickly in the atmosphere without even ever reaching the surface. Mars, on the other hand, has a very thin atmosphere. Most meteors reach the surface. This is sadly a constant threat and must be taken into consideration when designing your colony. Domes can mostly withstand direct hits with manageable damage, but all buildings outside the protection of domes are vulnerable unless protected by an MDS laser. Redundancy and vitals, oh good. So basically, crap's gonna get broken, and if I don't have redundant functionality, you know,
Warning,
it's gonna be
food shortage.
Gonna be a whole thing.
Research complete.
Yeah, we may have been ambitious on the food. Okay, so what we can do, grab you, go over here, grab some food. Not all of it, grab like half the food. Like a demand, but for all demands you produce. Exactly. It's like, you're out of water. It's like, have you considered, you know, having water? Okay. I'm expecting this meteor storm to be
Sector
tragic.
Scan.
Yeah, so a lot of my pains I'm actually having right now are because I am split between two different domes. I'm not really having the redundancy for even one dome to be a good move. So you can drop off food here. Gotta bootstrap that one up. Because the thing is, I noticed that we're going to get much larger quantity of food from the leafy greens than the wheatgrass. The wheatgrass just has the benefit of being quick. Because water consumption, it's the same. Oxygen consumption, it's the same. But this one takes 4 sols and gives 12.
Warning.
That one takes 1 sol and takes 2.5. So I get more gooder out of the leafy greens. So let's see how bad this is. I'm expecting this meteor shower to be utterly devastating and be the death of us. Because I have a really large number of single points of failure in this place.
A building has stopped working.
Those single points of failure just being the colony in its entirety.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Okay.
Warning. Meteor incoming.
Alright, we got a hit on the dome. It's just leaking a little air.
Session open.
It's just a little leak of the air. It's fine. Oh, that's just the airline that goes into the dome too. You know, that's fine. That's fine. It's okay. We can maybe get that back in business. It's probably not catastrophic yet.
Warning. Insufficient resources. Warning. Cable drone destroyed.
Okay, something else.
Meteor incoming.
Might have a mild catastrophic failure going on. Oh, well, they broke another line. Oh, and they took out my entire power grid over there. And we have our utility grid over there going down.
Workload.
It's probably okay. The water production is also broken. Yep. And I don't have the materials to fix it all.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
So, you know, that's probably promising. Oh, good. They also took out some more power down there. Yep, and there's some more power they just took offline. Oh, that's okay. We just got the other dome hit. So both domes are now leaking oxygen.
Warning. Meteor incoming.
Oh, good. Oh, good. We missed a couple solar panels. We can't have that. We missed a few solar panels here. Yep. Just go ahead and finish off the entire power grid.
Warning. Fuel destroyed.
Oh, good. They took out my fuel too, so he can't even run away.
Our colonists are suffocating. We only have a...
Just a minor bit of catastrophic destruction. Needless to say, we're not coming back from this. They just took out my entire power grid here. They detached my power grid over there. This tunnel is leaking. That one is also leaking. They broke the pipe connecting things between there. They took out my production over here, and they actually hit the area right over here directly on top of my production. So these meteors just broke out the crosshairs and absolutely sniped every critical system in my place. So we are getting to watch through this. I meant to delay that ad. I do apologize about that.
Warning. Cable fault.
Oh, good. We broke our other cable line there.
Warning. Pipe leak.
Okay, we went ahead and broke the pipe leading from our other area over here. Oh, good. More of my power offline. Right in the middle. Needless to say, we were already in a delicate situation because I made all those mistakes early on. That this meteor shower just straight up murdering us. Sanity breakdown, violent delights. A colonist snapped and started attacking others around the dome, running naked with a wrench in hand. Colony Presley was already managed to injure several people. The maniac ambush had violently attacked the rescue team. The furious brawl led to the use of too much force, and regrettably, the crazed colonist is fatally injured.
A colonist has died. Warning, meteor incoming.
It looks like Mars is not as happy. Not happy to have you there. Yeah, no, we were already not in a great situation.
Cable fault. Warning,
because of mistakes being
insufficient
made.
Resources.
But yeah, no, in this particular case, the meteor shower took us already not in a great place and said, what if we just finished it off? And you might feel it's like, why aren't you trying to stop this?
Warning,
We are desperately low on all the resources we need. Our power grid's completely effed. We're venting all our atmosphere. There's too many fires to put out, and I don't have the resources to put them out in the first place.
We gather here today to bid a final farewell to one of our finest.
As difficult as painful as it was, we must accept that Colleen Presley is dead. As friends of the community, we express our sadness, we acknowledge our loss, and we acknowledge the great importance of Colleen Presley's life. We don't need to go through the whole thing. Extenuating circumstances. To be fair, that was the guy who went mad and started attacking everybody.
A colonist has
and
died.
then died when we tried to calm him down. Oh no, the colony's dead. Pulverizer, my power is off. Like, it took out all of my power grid here. It took out my connection. It took all the connections here.
Scanned.
It took out my water production over there and over here. Both our domes are leaking atmosphere, and I don't have the materials to begin with.
The recent colonist deaths are a worrisome trend which cannot be ignored.
That's fine. So it's just kind of one of those things that I could try to limp it along, but we were already in a bad way because I shouldn't have these two domes. Because again, this is literally my very first time playing it. So I had a very bad setup to begin with.
A colonist has died.
Oh, suicide?
Warning, insufficient resources.
To be fair, this ain't coming back. But yeah, no, it's kind of one of those things, like trying to take it apart. Like if I take any of this main line apart, the whole thing dies. The pipe, like the main line here and our main pipeline are also broken as well. It was just a combination of things were already not in an amazing place because again, learning the game. And then the meteor shower, like literally kind of like systematically took out everything I needed to recover. Including, I want to say, didn't it get two of my drone? Oh no, you're okay over there. There's still 5 people, 4 people still here, 3 people still here. Is there a plan on how to make it better next time? Is there a shield? Yeah, so the meteor showers morally just finish things off. The first thing we would end up doing is right now, where I had the 2 domes here, I didn't need that. I didn't recognize that I had water up here, and I spotted the one over there. So I had all the resources I needed over here, and then I grabbed the water there. And then we had to like set up the second dome to be a mining operation, when I could have gone away with just this location here. And having that means I could massively reduce my air production, my water production, and a whole bunch of stuff there.
The colony has failed. The lives and the dreams of our colonists are lost, washed away by despair and grief.
Okay. Yep. So we did die in that one, but that's pretty typical. Most of the times you play any type of survival city builder that, unless you set your difficulty settings really easy, which we did not choose the easiest one, we went up from that. it is just a thing that it is very normal to have a failed first run. You don't know the mechanics, you don't know. You are going to make mistakes, you're going to do stuff, and some like some are easier that you can kind of rebound and recover from it, and then some are harder. It feels like Surviving Mars leans a little bit towards the harder side, which I appreciate. Like, I very much enjoy Whiskerwood, and Whiskerwood can be pretty ridiculous. You love that it doesn't bail you out. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, for a survival city builder, I think it's good to set it up so the player can reasonably fail. Like, the player doesn't have to try to fail. Things can go wrong. So the lessons learned from my first attempt. First of all, be a bit better on keeping an eye on the resources. I started building the dome early on because I want to rush and get this dome research thing. I think it makes more sense for me to make sure to scan around there to just make sure I grab that spot, because we had a spot where I had rare metals, I had cement, I had water, I had regular metals, and they're all close enough that literally the dome could handle all of it. If I would have built there, I wouldn't have had a duplication of resources to spread my stuff in and have to deal with the logistics back and forth. The second thing is I need to figure out how you do the logistics back and forth beyond take all of the materials from X to Y. I'm guessing the way I would need to handle that is have 2 pads for my metal and say this metal I want to have 10, that one I want to have whatever, and use the one pad as a catch-all to move stuff so that I reserve some of it back or something like that. I gotta figure that part out, and don't spoil that. But the logistics I don't have down yet. Because what I'd do is I'd be like, hey, I need mechanical parts over there, and we grab all of them from one spot and move them over there, and then suddenly I didn't have them on the first place, so I'd have to kind of manually intervene, and I doubt that's the way you're intended to do that long term. So I gotta figure that out still. We didn't learn a whole lot about the research. I was too busy trying to figure the other stuff out, which is why I was just queuing up the research and just letting it run. Is I was still trying to figure out the basics of getting things juggled. So the research was almost not really relevant. Obviously I was unlocking things, but if I'm still trying to figure out how do I do the logistics, it doesn't matter if I got 10% better of this or I got this new building I'm not ready for. So I do think the next attempt, I want to make sure I start with 1 dome, and we're going to go ahead and set up 2 residential right away with the intention of trying to get the basics of metal, rare metal, water, and cement going. And once I've got that, the buildings to make those into goods. And just the bare minimum I need to have that stable production, at least on the limited resources there. And obviously then eventually I'd have to branch out and get that. Now, my assumption is eventually you want to go underground, and that underground they've said there's a whole bunch more resources. It would also protect you from meteor strikes and all that, which is interesting, and it seems like that'll be a mid-game thing, is where you go from the surface to going underground and all that. There's also the thoughts about terraforming. We did get the thing to start terraforming, but I never did get the materials to try it. Granted, it was a thing that was just the trees, and my expectation is just the trees. If we don't fix the temperature in that, they just die. Which, again, don't spoil it. That's my assumption of what'll happen, is we start that and it just dies. But yeah. So, there's plenty of lessons learned. Lots and lots of lessons learned. And like I said, I think the big thing is on the beginning, not getting that second dome, where now I've got so much extra stuff to deal with when I don't really have the materials to really handle one. So with that said, it is getting to be a bit late for me and all that kind of good stuff. I was hoping I could prevent you from getting into that second round of ads. I just missed it because I was worried about the storm and all that, so I do apologize. But what is going to happen, if you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because I don't have a host ready over there, so thanks much for that end. If you're over here on Twitch, don't forget to follow and all that good stuff. But I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, and we're going to go and figure